Welcome to a transformative journey that will redefine your understanding of our place in the cosmos. In Harmony with the Universe, Ralph Waldo Trine invites you to explore the profound connection between humanity and the universe. Picture a world where every thought, action and heartbeat aligns perfectly with the universal principles governing our existence. Trine presents a vision that goes beyond mere knowledge, guiding us toward a lived experience of balance and connection with the essence of the cosmos. This text reveals how grasping these universal laws can revolutionize both our daily lives and our view of reality. Trine, a groundbreaking thinker, merges ancient wisdom with a contemporary perspective, offering a practical guide to harmonizing our lives with the eternal truths of the universe. Each chapter serves as an invitation to awaken to a new way of perceiving the world, aligning our existence with the eternal flow of life. By delving into Trine's teachings, you'll uncover a path to a deeper understanding of yourself and your place in the greater whole. So get ready for a journey that will illuminate and inspire you to live in perfect harmony with the universe. With every word, you'll move closer to the essence of your being and the vast splendor of the cosmos that surrounds us. Welcome to In Harmony with the Universe. May this experience awaken a profound and lasting resonance with the grandeur of the universe. There is a golden thread that weaves through all regions of the world, a golden thread that runs through the lives and teachings of all the prophets, seers, sages, and saviors in human history. For all that they have done or achieved, they have accomplished in full conformity with the law. What one person has done, all can do. This same golden thread must enter the lives of those who, in this tumultuous world, would be capable of transforming helplessness into power, weakness and suffering into abundant health and strength, pain and discomfort into perfect peace, and poverty of all kinds into fullness and abundance. Each person builds their own world. We all build from within and attract from without. Thought is the force with which we build, for thoughts are forces. Like builds like, and like attracts like. To the extent that thought becomes spiritualized, this spiritualization is in accordance with the law and is within everyone's reach. First, everything is developed in the invisible before manifesting in the visible, in the ideal before realizing in the real, in the spiritual before manifesting in the material. The realm of the invisible is the realm of cause. The realm of the visible is the realm of effect. The nature of the effect is always determined and conditioned by the nature of the cause. The author's objective is to point out the great facts and laws that govern the operation of inner, spiritual, and thought forces. They must be pointed out so simply and clearly that a child could understand them, indicated with such simplicity and clarity that all can grasp them, that all can take and infuse them into daily life to shape it in all its details according to their desires. His goal is that life may thus be shaped by them, for to him it is neither a matter of mere speculation nor theory, but a matter of positive knowledge. There is a divine sequence that runs through the entire universe. The divine will works incessantly within, above, and below human will. To enter into harmony with it, and consequently with all higher laws and forces, is to enter into relationship and work in concert with them, so that they may work consecutively and in concert with us. It would be like finding one's place in the chain of this marvelous sequence. This is the secret of all success. It is to enter into possession of unknown riches, into the realization of unsuspected powers. Within you lies the cause of all that enters your life. Achieving the full realization of your own awakened inner powers enables you to condition your life exactly as you wish. The supreme fact of the universe, the great central fact of the universe, is this spirit of infinite life and power that lies behind everything, that animates everything, that manifests in and through everything. This self-existing life principle from which everything proceeds, and not only from which everything proceeds, but from which everything continues to proceed. If there is individual life, there must necessarily be an infinite source of life from which it comes. If there is a quality or force of love, there must necessarily exist an infinite source of love from which it derives. If there is wisdom, there must be an all-wise source from which it emerges. The same is true for peace, the same for power, the same for what we call material things. Therefore, there is this spirit of infinite life and power behind everything, which represents the source of all things. This infinite power creates, works, and governs through the agency of great immutable laws and forces that permeate the entire universe surrounding us on all sides. Every act of our daily life is governed by these same great laws and forces. Every flower that appears along the path blooms, grows, blossoms, and withers according to certain great and immutable laws. Every snowflake that dances between earth and sky forms, falls, and melts according to certain unchanging laws. In some way, throughout the universe, we find nothing but laws. If this is true, there must necessarily be a force behind it all, a creator of these laws, and a force greater than these very laws. This spirit of infinite life and power that is behind everything is what I call God. It doesn't matter what term one uses, whether it be benevolent light, providence, higher self, omnipotence, or any other more fitting term. The term is unimportant as long as we agree on the central great fact. Thus, God is this infinite spirit that fills the entire universe with itself, so that everything is of him and in him, and there is nothing outside of him. In reality and truth, in him we live, move, and have our being. He is the life of our life, our very life. We have received and continuously receive our life from him. We are participants in the life of God, and although we differ from him in that we are individualized spirits, whereas he is the spirit that includes us and everything else, it must be noted that in essence the life of God and the life of man are identical, and therefore one. They differ neither in essence nor in quality, only in degree. There have been, and still are, highly enlightened souls who believe that we receive our life from God as a divine influx. There have also been, and still are, those who believe that our life is one with the life of God, and therefore that God and man are one, which is correct. Both are correct, and both are correct when properly understood. Regarding the first, if God is the infinite spirit of life behind everything, from which everything proceeds, then it is clear that our life, as individualized spirits, continuously flows from this infinite source through this divine influx. Secondly, if our lives as individualized spirits flow directly from this part of the infinite spirit of life, then the degree of the infinite spirit manifested in each person's life is identical in quality to that source, just as a drop of water from the ocean is in its nature and characteristics identical to the ocean from which it originates. And how could it be otherwise? However, the risk of misunderstanding in this latter case is as follows. Although the life of God and the life of man are identical in essence, the life of God so greatly transcends the life of the individual that it includes everything else. In other words, in terms of the quality of life, they are equal in essence, but in terms of the degree of life, they are vastly different. In light of this, isn't it evident that both conceptions are true and, moreover, that they are one? Both conceptions can be illustrated by the same example. There is a reservoir in a valley that is supplied by an inexhaustible reservoir on the mountainside. It is true that the valley reservoir is supplied with water from the larger reservoir on the mountain. It is also true that the water in this smaller reservoir is, in terms of its nature, quality, and characteristics, identical to that of the larger reservoir which is its source. However, the difference is as follows. The reservoir on the mountainside, in terms of the amount of water it contains, is so vastly superior to the valley reservoir that it can supply countless similar reservoirs without depleting itself. The same is true in human life. If, as I believe we have already agreed, there exists this infinite spirit of life behind everything, the life of everything, and therefore from which everything proceeds, then the life of the individual man, your life and mine, must come through a divine influx from this infinite source. And if this is true, then the life that comes through this influx to man is necessarily the same in essence as this infinite spirit of life. There is a difference, it's true, but it is not a difference in essence, it is a difference in degree. If this is true, does it not follow that to the extent man opens himself to this divine influence, he draws closer to God? If so, it necessarily follows that, to the extent this closeness occurs, he assumes the powers of God. And if the powers of God are unlimited, does it not follow that the only limitations are those he imposes on himself due to his ignorance of himself? The supreme fact of human life, from the great central fact of the universe upon which we agree, this infinite spirit of life that is behind everything and from which everything proceeds, leads us to ask what is the great central fact of human life, Based on what has been said earlier, the question almost answers itself. The great central fact of human life, in your life and mine, is the arrival at a conscious and vital realization of our unity with this infinite life and the total opening of ourselves to this divine influx. This is the great central fact of human life, because it includes everything else, and everything else follows from it. To the extent that we arrive at a conscious realization of our unity with the infinite life and open ourselves to this divine influx, we actualize within ourselves the qualities and powers of the infinite life. And what does this mean? It simply means that we recognize our true identity, that we align our lives with the same great laws and forces, and thereby open ourselves to the same great inspirations that have guided all the prophets, seers, sages, and saviors throughout world history, all those truly great and powerful men. For to the extent that we achieve this realization and connect with this infinite source, we make it possible for higher powers to act, work, and manifest through us. We remain closed to this divine influx, to these higher forces and powers, due to ignorance, as most of us do, and thus we hinder or even prevent their manifestation through our bodies. Or we can intentionally close ourselves off from their operations and thereby deprive ourselves of the powers to which, by the very nature of our being, we are rightful heirs. On the other hand, we can achieve such a vital understanding of the unity of our true being with this infinite life and open ourselves so fully to the entry of this divine influx, and thus to the operation of these higher forces, inspirations, and powers, that we can indeed and in truth become God-men. And what is a God-man? It is a man in whom the powers of God manifest, while still remaining a man. No one can impose limits on such a man, for the only limitations he may have are those he imposes on himself. Ignorance is the most powerful factor in establishing limitations among the majority of humanity, and so the great majority of people continue to live their small, insignificant, and stunted lives simply because they do not realize the greater life to which they are heirs. They have not yet discovered the true identity of their real being. Humanity has not yet understood that the true being is one with the life of God. Through their ignorance, they have never opened themselves to the divine influence, and therefore have never become a channel through which infinite powers and forces can manifest. When we know ourselves simply as men, we live and possess the powers of men. When we realize that we are God-men, then we live accordingly and possess the powers of God-men. To the extent that we open ourselves to this divine influence, we transform from mere men into God-men. A friend owns a magnificent lotus pond, a natural basin on his estate or farm, as he always calls it. It is fed by a reservoir located on the mountainside some distance away. A valve regulates the flow of water from the main conduit that carries it from the reservoir to the pond. It is a place of transcendent beauty. There, throughout the days of perfect summer weather, the lotus flowers bloom fully on the surface of the clear, transparent water. June roses and other wildflowers continually bloom along its banks. Birds come to drink and bathe, and one can hear the melody of their song throughout the day. Bees tirelessly work in this garden of wildflowers. A beautiful grove where many kinds of wild berries and various ferns grow stretches endlessly behind the pond. Our friend is a man, or rather a God-man, a lover of his fellow man. Therefore there are no signs on his property saying, "Private property, no trespassing," or "Trespassers will be prosecuted." But at the end of a charming path that winds through the wild forest to this enchanting spot, there is a sign that reads, "All are welcome at the lotus pond." Everyone loves our friend. Why? They can't help it. He loves them so much, and what is his is theirs. Here one often finds happy groups of children playing. Often weary and exhausted-looking men come, and somehow when they leave, their faces bear a different expression, their burdens seem lighter. From time to time I have heard them say as they leave, sometimes in a light whisper as if pronouncing a blessing, "God bless our brother and friend." Many speak of this place as God's garden. My friend calls it his soul garden, and spends many peaceful hours there. I have often seen him after others have left, walking back and forth or sitting quietly in the clear moonlight on an old rustic bench, breathing in the fragrance of the wildflowers. He is a man of wonderfully simple nature. He says that this is where his greatest and most fruitful plans often come to him, as if by a flash of inspiration. Everything in the surroundings seems to breathe a spirit of kindness, comfort, goodwill, and good cheer. Even the cattle and sheep, when they approach the old stone fence at the edge of the grove, look towards this beautiful place. They seem to enjoy it just as much as the people do, almost smiling as if to express their satisfaction and pleasure. Or perhaps it seems that way to the observer, for he cannot help but smile when he sees the evident satisfaction and pleasure of these creatures. The pond's gate is always wide open to allow such an abundant supply of water that it continually overflows, creating a stream that flows through the fields below, offering the pure mountain water to the cattle and flocks that pass by. The stream then flows through the neighboring fields. Not long ago, our friend was absent for a year. He rented his farm during his absence to a man who, as they say, had a very practical mind. He had no time for anything that did not bring him direct practical benefits. The valve connecting the reservoir to the lotus pond was closed, and the crystal-clear mountain water no longer had the opportunity to feed it or overflow. Our friend's sign, "All are welcome at the lotus pond," was taken down, and the cheerful groups of children and men were no longer seen. There was a great change in the entire pond due to the lack of vital water. The flowers in the pond withered, and their long stems spread out over the mud at the bottom. The fish that once swam in its clear waters soon died, emitting an unpleasant odor for all who approached. Flowers no longer grew on its banks, birds no longer came to drink or bathe, and the buzzing of bees was no longer heard. Moreover, the stream that ran through the fields below dried up, so that the cattle and flocks could no longer drink the pure mountain water. The difference between this place now and the lotus pond as it was when our friend cared for it is due, as we can easily see, to the closing of the pond's valve, preventing the water from the reservoir in the hills, its source of life, from entering. And when this source of life was cut off, not only did the appearance of the lotus pond change completely, but the surrounding fields were also deprived of the stream by which the cattle used to drink. Do we not see a complete parallel with human life? To the extent that we recognize our unity, our connection with the infinite spirit, which is the life of all, and to the extent that we open ourselves to this divine influx, we come into harmony with that which is highest, most powerful, and most beautiful everywhere. And to that extent, we overflow in such a way that all who come into contact with us receive the effects of this realization from us. This is the lotus pond of our friend, the one who loves all that is truest and best in the universe. And to the extent that we do not recognize our unity with this infinite source, that we close ourselves off to this divine influx, we arrive at a state where it seems there is no good, no beauty, no power in us. And when this is true, those who come into contact with us do not receive good, but evil. This is the state of the lotus pond when the estate was in the hands of a tenant. Is there a difference between the lotus pond and your life or mine? The pond does not have the power within itself to open the valve to let in the water from the reservoir, which is its source. In this respect, it is powerless and depends on an external agency. You and I, however, have the power within us, to open or close ourselves to this divine influx exactly as we wish. We have this power through the mind, by the operation of thought. Therein lies the soul of life directly from God. It is what connects us to the infinite. Then there is the physical life, which connects us to the material universe around us. The life of thought bridges the two. It is what plays between them. Before going further, let us briefly consider the nature of thought. Thought is not, as is often supposed, a mere indefinite abstraction or something similar. It is, on the contrary, a vital, living force, the most vital, subtle, and irresistible force in the universe. In our own laboratory experiences, we demonstrate the great fact that thoughts are forces. They have form, quality, substance, and power. We are beginning to discover what we might call a science of thought. We are also beginning to discover that through the instrumentation of our thought forces, we have a creative power, not just in a figurative sense, but a very real creative power. Everything in the material universe around us, everything the universe has known, first came into existence in thought. From it, it took its form. Every castle, every statue, every painting, every piece of machinery. Everything first came into being and originated in the mind of the one who conceived it, before it received its material expression or incarnation. The universe itself, in which we live, is the result of the thought energies of God, that infinite spirit behind all things. And if it is true, as we have discovered, that our true being is in essence the same, and in that sense that we are one with the life of this infinite spirit, then do we not see that to the extent we achieve a vital realization of this astounding fact, we have, through the operation of our inner spiritual thought forces, a creative power in the same sense. Everything exists in the invisible before it manifests or is realized in the visible, and in this sense it is true that invisible things are real, while visible things are unreal. Invisible things are the cause, visible things are the effect. What is invisible is eternal. What is visible is changeable and transient. The power of the word is a literal scientific fact. Through the operation of our thought forces, we have a creative power. The spoken word is nothing more or less than the outward expression of the workings of these inner forces. The spoken word is, in a sense, the means by which the forces of thought are concentrated and directed along any particular line. And it is in this concentration, in this direction, that it is necessary before any outward or material manifestation of its power can become evident. There is much talk about building castles in the air, and those who engage in such construction are not always well regarded. However, castles in the air are always necessary before we can have castles on earth, before we can have castles in which to live. The problem with those who dedicate themselves to building castles in the air is not that they build them there, but that they do not go further and actualize them in life, in character, in material form. They do part of the work, a very necessary part, but another equally necessary part remains unfinished. In relation to the forces of thought, there exists what we may call the power of attraction of the mind. And the great law that operates here is one with the great law of the universe, that like attracts like. We continuously attract to ourselves, both from the visible and the invisible side of life, forces and conditions that are more in line with those of our own thoughts. This law operates constantly, whether we are aware of it or not. We all live, so to speak, in a vast ocean of thought, and the very atmosphere that surrounds us is continually filled with the forces that are sent out, or that emanate continuously in the form of thought waves. We are all affected to some extent by these thought forces, whether consciously or unconsciously, and to the extent that we are more or less sensitively organized, or to the extent that we are negative and open to external influences, instead of being positive, thereby determining which influences will enter our realm of thought, and thus our lives. Among us there are people who are much more sensitive than others. As organisms, their bodies are more finely and sensitively formed. Generally, these are people who are always more or less affected by the mentalities of those they come into contact with, or in whose company they find themselves. A friend, the editor of one of our major magazines, is so sensitively organized that it is impossible for him to attend a gathering, like a reception, speak and shake hands with several people over the course of the evening, without assuming to some degree their various mental and physical conditions. This affects him to such an extent that he is scarcely himself, and is not in his best condition for work until 1, 2, or 3 days later. Some may think it unfortunate to be so sensitive. Not at all. It is a good thing, as it allows one to be more open and receptive to the higher impulses of the soul within and to all the higher forces and influences from without. However, it can be unfortunate and extremely inconvenient to be organized in this way unless one recognizes and acquires the power to close oneself off, to make oneself positive to all harmful or undesirable influences. This power can be acquired by anyone, no matter how sensitive they are. It can be acquired through the action of the mind, and moreover there is no habit more valuable for any person, whether sensitive or less sensitive, than that of occasionally adopting and continually maintaining the mental attitude. I close myself off. I make myself positive to all things from below and open and receptive to higher influences, to things from above. By consciously adopting this mental attitude from time to time, it soon becomes a habit, and if one is deeply committed to it, it sets in motion silent but subtle and powerful influences to produce the desired results. In this way, all lower and undesirable influences, both from the visible and invisible side of life, are excluded, while all higher influences are invited, and to the extent they are invited, they enter. And what do we mean by the invisible side of life? First, the forces of thought, the mental and emotional conditions in the atmosphere around us, which are generated by those manifesting on the physical plane through the agency of physical bodies. Secondly, the same forces generated by those who have left the physical body, or who have been separated from it, and who are now manifesting through the agency of bodies of a different nature. The individual existence of man begins on the sensory plane of the physical world, but it rises through successive gradations of ethereal and celestial spheres, corresponding to his life and his divinely developing powers, to a destiny of indescribable grandeur and glory. Within and above each physical planet, there is a corresponding ethereal planet or soul world, just as within and above each physical organism, there is a corresponding ethereal organism or soul body, of which the physical is merely the outward counterpart and materialized expression. From this ethereal or animic planet, which is the immediate place of our nascent humanity, there rise or sink infinite gradations of spheres, up to the celestial heights of spiritualized existence, totally conceivable by human sense. Incarnation is therefore dual. The physical being is nothing more than the temporary shell in which the real ethereal organism individualizes and perfects itself, in addition to being the place where it permanently dwells, just as the complete grain of corn in the ear is reached by means of its shell, which then becomes useless. Through this indestructible body, the corresponding ethereal spheres of the environment, with social life and relationships in the spheres, personality and personal life, are preserved forever. The fact of life in any form signifies the continuity of life, although the form may change. Life is the only eternal principle of the universe, and therefore it always continues, even though the form of the agent through which it manifests may change. In my Father's house there are many mansions indeed, for the fact that an individual has left the physical body in no way proves that life does not continue as before. Perhaps it even begins at that moment, for there is no cessation, but rather a beginning in another form, exactly where it left off. Here all life is a continuous evolution, step by step. There is neither leap nor bound. Thus, in this other form, there are minds and consequently lives of all degrees and influences, just as under the physical form. If the great law that like attracts like is always in action, we continuously draw towards us, from that side of life, influences and conditions very similar to those of our own thoughts and lives. It is a frightening thought to be influenced in this way, it is said. Not at all, for all life is one. We are all united in the common and universal life. It is not frightening, especially if we consider that we have the power to determine the order of our thoughts, and consequently the order of the influences we attract. We are not mere creatures of circumstance unless we choose to be. In our mental lives, we can steer the helm, and thus determine precisely the direction we take and the points we reach. If we fail to do so, we then drift, tossed from side to side by every passing breeze. Thus welcome the thought, for it allows us to attract to ourselves the influence and help of the greatest, the noblest, the best who have ever lived on earth, regardless of time or place. We can reasonably believe nothing else than that those who have worked here with love and with a power of sublimation continue to do so in the same way, and with all probability, with greater zeal and even more power. Elisha prayed and said, "Lord, I pray, open his eyes so that he may see." And the Lord opened the young man's eyes, and he saw. Behold, the mountain was full of horses and chariots of fire all around Elisha. During a horseback ride with a friend a few days ago, we talked about the great interest people everywhere are showing in the most vital things of life, the zeal with which they seek to know the inner forces, their growing desire to know themselves, and to recognize their true relationship with the infinite. We spoke of the great spiritual awakening that is happening so rapidly around the world, whose beginnings we have clearly seen in recent years, and of which we will witness increasing proportions in the early years of the coming century. How wonderful it would be if Emerson, that enlightened one, so ahead of his time, who worked with such fidelity and courage to achieve these same conditions, were with us today to see it all. How do we know that he does not see it, and even more, that he does not participate in it, perhaps with a greater hand than when we saw him here? Thank you, my friend, for this reminder. Truly, are they not all ministering spirits sent forth to serve those who will inherit salvation? As science demonstrates today, the things we see are only a tiny fraction of the things that exist. The real and vital forces that act in our own lives and in the world around us are not visible to the ordinary physical eye. Yet, they are what cause all the things we see. These are only the effects, the entities are forces, like builds like and like attracts like. Therefore, governing a thought is determining a life. The law of spiritual and material correspondences is wonderfully exact in its operation. People governed by a gloomy mindset attract gloomy things to themselves. People who are always joyful and active rarely fail in anything and live carrying a burden that others bear. People who are hopeful, confident, and joyful attract the elements of success. A man's front or back garden will announce the dominant state of mind of that man. The way a woman keeps her home shows her state of mind through her manner of dress. A tattered garment announces a predominant mindset of despair, neglect, and lack of system. Rags, tatters, and society are always in the mind before they are on the body. The weakest thought causes its corresponding visible element to crystallize around itself as surely and literally as the visible piece of copper in the solution attracts the invisible copper in that solution. A mind always full of hope, confidence, courage, and determination in its purpose. If you continue to maintain this purpose, it attracts to you favorable elements, things, and powers for that purpose. Each of your thoughts has a literal value for you in every possible sense. The strength of your body, the strength of your mind, your success in business, and the pleasure your company gives to others depend on the nature of your thoughts. Whatever the state of your mind receives from it an invisible substance in correspondence with that state of mind. It is both a chemical law and a spiritual law. Chemistry is not limited to the elements we see. The elements we do not see with the physical eye are 10,000 times more numerous than those we see. Christ's command to do good to those who hate you is based on a scientific fact and a natural law. Thus, doing good attracts all the elements of power and good, while doing evil attracts the opposite destructive elements. When our eyes are opened, self-preservation will make us stop all evil thoughts. Those who live in hatred will die of hatred, meaning that those who live in hostility will die from hostility. Every evil thought is like a drawn sword aimed at the person to whom it is directed. If, in response, another sword is drawn, the situation will worsen for both parties. The law of attraction works universally on all planes of action, and we attract everything we desire or expect. If we desire one thing and expect another, we become like houses divided against themselves, which quickly fall apart. Resolutely decide to expect only what you desire, and then you will attract only what you desire. Carry with you any kind of thought that pleases you, and as long as you hold on to it, no matter how you travel the earth or sea, you will incessantly attract to yourself, consciously or unconsciously, what corresponds to your own dominant quality of thought. Thoughts are our private property, and we can regulate them to suit our taste by constantly acknowledging our ability to do so. We have spoken of the mind's power of attraction. Faith is nothing more than the operation of thought forces in the form of a burning desire combined with the expectation of its fulfillment. As faith, the burning desire thus sent out is continuously maintained and nourished by firm expectation. It attracts or transforms from the invisible to the visible, from the spiritual to the material, that for which it is sent. The entry of doubt or fear neutralizes what would otherwise be an enormous force in such a way that it could not be realized. When continuously maintained and nourished by firm expectation, it becomes an irresistible and absolute force, a power of attraction, and the results will be in direct proportion to what is discovered. We are beginning to discover, as we do today, that the great things said about faith, the great promises made about it, are not mere vague sentiments, but that they are all major scientific facts based on great immutable laws. Even in our own laboratory experiences, we are beginning to discover the laws that underlie and govern these forces. Now, we are beginning, at least some of us, to use them with understanding rather than blindly, as has been done so often and for so long. Today, much is said about the will. It is often spoken of as if it were a force in itself, but the will is only a force and a power to the extent that it is a particular form of manifestation of thought forces. It is through what we call the will that thought is concentrated and directed in a particular way. To the extent that thought is thus concentrated and directed, it is effective in the work it is sent to accomplish. In a sense, there are two types of will: human will and divine will. The human will is the will of what, For the sake of convenience, we can call the lower self. It is the will that finds its life only in the realm of the mental and the physical. The will of the senses is the will of one who has not yet awakened to the reality of a life that transcends the life of the intellect and the physical senses. When this life is realized and lived, it does not suppress or diminish the physical and sensory aspects, but rather brings them to their highest perfection and to their most intense powers of enjoyment. The divine will is the will of the higher self, the will of one who recognizes their unity with the divine. As a result, it brings their will to work in harmony and in conjunction with the divine will. The Lord, your God, is mighty in your midst. The human will has its limitations thus far and no further. The law says, the divine will has no limitations. It is supreme. All things are open and subject to you, says the law. And thus, to the extent that the human will transmutes into the divine, to the extent that it enters into harmony and acts in conjunction with the divine, it becomes supreme. Then it will decree a thing, and it will be established for you. The great secret of life and power is to make and maintain a conscious connection with this infinite source, the force of all life. Life itself is determined by what it connects with. God is immanent and transcendent. He is creating, working, and governing in the universe today, in your life and mine, as much as he ever has. We tend to regard him as an absentee landlord who set the forces of the universe in motion and then left. However, to the extent that we recognize him as immanent and transcendent, we can participate in his life and power. For to the extent that we recognize him as the infinite spirit of life and power who is today, at this very moment, working and manifesting in and through everything, and to the extent that we come to understand our unity with this life, we become participants and thus actualize within ourselves the qualities of his life. To the extent that we open ourselves to the influence of this immanent and transcendent life, we become channels through which infinite intelligence and power can work. It is through the instrumentation of the mind that we are able to connect the real life of the soul with the physical life, and thus allow the life of the soul to manifest and work through the physical. The mental life must be continually illuminated from within. This illumination can occur at the moment when, through the agency of the mind, we recognize our unity with the divine, of which every soul is an individual form of expression. This brings us the inner guidance that we call intuition. Intuition is to the spiritual nature and understanding practically what sensory perception is to the sensory nature and understanding. It is an internal spiritual sense by which man opens himself to the direct revelation and appearance of God, to the secrets of nature and life, and by which he is raised to conscious unity and communion with God. In this way, he understands his own divine nature and the supremacy of being as a son of God. The spiritual supremacy and illumination realized in this way, through the development and perfection of intuition under divine inspiration, give perfect inner vision and direct perception of the character, properties, and purpose of all things toward which attention and interest are directed. In a spiritual sense, the opening is inward, just as the physical senses are outward, and because it has the capacity to perceive, grasp, and know truth first-hand independently of all external sources of information, we call it intuition. All inspired teaching and spiritual revelations rest on the recognition of this spiritual faculty of the soul and its power to receive and appropriate these revelations. Man's conscious unity in spirit and purpose with the Father, born of his supreme desire and trust, opens his soul, through this internal sense, to the immediate inspiration and illumination of the divine omnipresence and the cooperative energy of divine omnipotence, under which he becomes a seer and master. In this higher plane of spiritual life realized in the flesh, the spirit maintains an impersonal attitude and acts with unrestricted freedom and impartial vision, grasping the truth firsthand, independent of all external sources of information. By approaching all beings and things from the divine side, it sees them in the light of divine omniscience, the purpose of God in them, and, consequently, the truth about them as it rests in the mind of God. They are thus revealed by the direct illumination of the divine spirit, to which the soul opens inwardly through that spiritual sense we call intuition. Some call it the voice of the soul, others the voice of God, and still others the sixth sense. In our inner spiritual sense, to the extent that we come to recognize our true self and realize the unity of our life with infinite life, and to the extent that we open ourselves to this divine influence, this voice of the soul's intuition, this voice of God, speaks with clarity. And to the extent that we recognize, listen to, and obey it, it speaks with increasing clarity until it becomes absolutely infallible in its guidance. The fullness of life, health, and bodily vigor comes from this infinite life. If we are participants in this life and have the power to fully open ourselves to its influx, it means more for physical life than we might think at first glance. For it is evident that the life of this infinite spirit, by its very nature, cannot admit any disease. And if this is true, no disease can exist in the body where it enters freely and through which it flows unhindered. Let us recognize from the outset that regarding physical life, all life operates from within outward. There is an immutable law that says, as it is within, so it is without. Cause and effect. In other words, the forces of thought, various mental states, and emotions eventually have their effects on the physical body. Someone says, "There's a lot of talk today about the effects of evil on the body, but I don't know if I really believe it." Isn't that so? Someone brings you sudden news, you turn pale, tremble, or perhaps faint. Yet it is through the channel of your mind that the news is communicated to you. A friend says something to you, perhaps at the table, something that seems very unkind. As we say, you feel hurt by it. You are enjoying your dinner, but from that moment on, your appetite leaves you. Indeed, what was said to you entered and affected you through the channel of your mind. Look at a young man dragging his feet, stumbling at the slightest obstacle in his path. Why? Simply because he is mentally weak, a fool, in other words. A weakened mental state produces a condition of bodily failure. To have a sure mind is to have a sure step. To be uncertain in mind is to be uncertain in step. Again, a sudden emergency arises. You remain trembling and weak with fear. Why? You cannot move. Why are you trembling? Yet you believe that the mind has little influence on the body. For a moment, you are overcome by an attack of anger for a few hours. After that, you complain of a violent headache, and yet you don't seem to realize that thoughts and emotions have an effect on the body. A few days ago, in conversation with a friend, we were talking about worry. "My father is very prone to worry," he said. "Your father is not a healthy man," I said. "He is strong, vigorous, robust, and active." I described in detail his father's condition and the problems that affected him. He looked at me, surprised, and said, "Why do you say that? Do you know my father?" I replied, "How can you then describe with such precision the illness he suffers from?" When he told me that, it indicated the cause. In describing his father's condition, I simply linked the particular effects to the cause. Fear and worry have the effect of closing the channels of the body so that the vital forces circulate slowly and lazily. Hope and tranquility open the body's channels, allowing the vital forces to flow freely, so that illness rarely has the chance to take hold. Not long ago, a woman was telling a friend about a severe physical problem. My friend knew that the relationship between this woman and her sister was not very friendly. He listened carefully to the description of her problems and, looking her straight in the eyes, said in a firm but friendly tone, "Forgive your sister." The woman looked at him in surprise and said, "I cannot forgive my sister." "Very well," he replied, "then keep your stiff joints and rheumatic problems." A few weeks later, she met him with a light step and told him that she had taken his advice. I saw my sister and forgave her. We've become good friends again, and I don't know how, but somehow from the very day we reconciled, my problems seemed to lessen. Today there's no trace left of the old difficulties, and my sister and I have become so close that we can hardly do without each other. Again, the effect follows the cause. We have several well-authenticated cases of the following nature. A mother was overcome for a moment by an intense passion of anger, and the child she was nursing died within the hour, poisoned because the mother's milk changed due to the poisonous secretions from her system while she was under the influence of this anger. In another case, it caused severe illness and convulsions. The following experiment was tested several times by a well-known scientist. Several men were placed in a hot room. Each man was dominated for a moment by a particular passion of some type, such as intense anger, and others by different passions. The experimenter took a drop of sweat from each man's body, and through careful chemical analysis was able to determine the particular passion that dominated each of them. Practically the same results were revealed in the chemical analysis of the saliva of each of these men. A notable American author, a skilled graduate of a medical school who has deeply studied the forces that build the body and those that destroy it, says that the mind is the natural protector of the body. Every thought tends to reproduce itself, and frightening mental images of disease, sensuality, and vices of all kinds produce scrofula and leprosy in the soul, which then reproduces them in the body. Anger changes the chemical properties of saliva into a poison dangerous to life. It is well known that sudden and violent emotions have not only weakened the heart within hours, but have also caused death and madness. Scientists have discovered that there is a chemical difference between the sudden cold sweat of a person under a deep feeling of guilt and ordinary perspiration, and the state of mind can sometimes be determined by the chemical analysis of a criminal's sweat, which, when in contact with Hellenic acid, produces a characteristic pink color. It is well known that fear has killed thousands of victims, while courage is a great life-giver. A mother's anger can poison a nursing child. The famous horse trainer said that an angry word could sometimes raise a horse's pulse 10 times in a minute. If this is true for a beast, what can we say about its power over human beings, especially a child? Strong mental emotions often cause vomiting. Extreme anger or fear can produce jaundice. A violent paroxysm of anger has caused apoplexy and death. In fact, in more than one case, a single night of mental torment has destroyed a life. Grief, long-standing jealousies, constant worries, and corrosive anxiety sometimes tend to develop states of insanity. Sick thoughts and discordant states of mind are the natural atmosphere of disease, and crime breeds and thrives in the miasma of the mind. All of this demonstrates the great fact that we are scientifically proving today. Various mental states, emotions, and passions have particular effects on the body, and each, in turn, if largely indulged, induces its own particular forms of disease, which become chronic over time. A few words about how this works. When a person is dominated for a moment by, say, a passion of anger, it creates in the physical organism what we might call a true thunderstorm, having the effect of souring or rather corroding the normal, healthy, and life-giving secretions of the body, so that instead of fulfilling their natural functions, they become poisonous and destructive. And if this persists, due to its cumulative influences, it gives rise to a particular form of disease, which in turn becomes chronic. Conversely, the opposite emotion, that of kindness, love, benevolence, and goodwill, tends to stimulate a healthy, purifying, and life-giving flow in all the body's secretions. All the body's channels seem free and the vital forces flow through them. These same forces put into activity eventually counterbalance the poisonous and sick effects of their opposites. A doctor visits a patient without prescribing any medication that morning. However, the mere fact of his coming improves the patient's condition. He has brought with him the spirit of health, the brightness of tone and disposition. He has brought hope into the sick room and left it there. Indeed, the same hope and good morale he brought have subtly but powerfully influenced the patient's mind, and this mental state transmitted by the doctor has, in turn, effects on the patient's body. Thus, through the instrumentality of this mental suggestion, healing progresses. Know, therefore, that everything that is joyful and serene supports the mind and also supports the body. Hence the fact that the most vital movement felt by mortals is hope, the balm and vital blood of the soul. Sometimes we hear a person with fragile health say to another, "I always feel better when you are around." There is a profound scientific reason underlying this statement. Wisdom is health. The power of autosuggestion concerning the human mind is a most wonderful and interesting field of study. The most marvelous and powerful forces can be brought into play through this agency. One of the most notable scientists in the world, recognized everywhere as one of the most eminent living anatomists, tells us that he has demonstrated through laboratory experiments that the entire human structure can be completely modified and rebuilt in less than a year, and that certain parts can be entirely reconstructed in just a few weeks. So you may ask, do you mean that the body can be changed from one sick condition to another by the operation of inner forces? Certainly, and moreover, it is the natural mode of healing. The mode that relies on the application of drugs, medicines, and external agencies is the artificial mode. All a drug or medicine can do is remove obstructions, so that the vital forces simply have a better chance to do their work. The true healing process must be accomplished by the operation of the vital forces within. A world-renowned surgeon and physician recently said the following to his fellow doctors: "For past generations, the most important influence playing on nutrition, the principle of life itself, has remained an unconsidered element in the medical profession, and the almost exclusive drift of its studies and its array of remedies has been limited to the action of matter on the mind." This has seriously hindered the evolutionary tendencies of the doctors themselves, and as a result, the psychic factor in professional life is still in a rudimentary or comparatively undeveloped state. But the light of the 19th century has risen, and thus the movement of humanity in general is directed toward the hidden forces of nature. Doctors are now compelled to join the ranks of students of psychology and follow their models. In the broader realm of mental therapeutics, there is no time to waste, no room for skepticism, doubt, or hesitation. Those who lag behind are lost, for all of humanity is engaged in this movement. I am aware that regarding the subject we are now examining, there has been much foolishness. In recent years, absurd and ridiculous things have been asserted and accomplished. But this does not contradict anything and has absolutely nothing to do with the great fundamental laws themselves. The same has happened with nearly all ethical, philosophical, or religious systems known to the world in their early stages. But over time, these absurd and ridiculous things have disappeared, and the great eternal principles have emerged with clearer definitions. I personally know many cases where complete and permanent healing has been achieved, some in remarkably short times, through the action of these forces. Some of these cases were ones that had been completely abandoned by conventional medical practice. We have many accounts of such cases throughout the ages and across all religions. And why should the power to achieve such healings not exist among us today? The power exists and will manifest to the extent that we recognize the same great laws acknowledged in the past. A person can greatly contribute to the healing of another, but this almost always involves the cooperation of the person being treated. The healings that Christ performed almost always required the cooperation of the person turning to him. His question was almost always, "Do you believe?" This stimulated the activity of the life-giving forces within the healed person. If a person is in a very weakened state, if their nervous system is exhausted, or if their mind, due to the influence of illness, is not functioning as strongly, it can be beneficial for them to seek the help and cooperation of another for a time. But it would be much better for this person to become aware of the omnipotence of their own inner powers. One can heal others, but to heal oneself permanently, one must work on oneself. In this sense, another can be very valuable as a teacher in helping to clearly understand the power of internal forces, but in all cases, for permanent healing, it is necessary to work on oneself. Christ's words were almost always, "Go and sin no more, or your sins are forgiven," thereby emphasizing the eternal and immutable fact that all disease and the suffering resulting from it are the direct or indirect results of the violation of the law, whether conscious or unconscious, intentional or not. Suffering is meant to persist as long as sin continues. Sin, not necessarily in the theological sense, but always in the philosophical sense, though often in both senses. At the moment the violation ceases, at the moment one enters into perfect harmony with the law, the cause of suffering disappears. And although it may persist due to the accumulated effects of past violations, once the cause is removed, there can be no further effects in the form of additions, and even the diseased state induced by past violation will begin to disappear. As soon as the correct forces are put into activity, nothing puts us more quickly and completely in harmony with the laws under which we live than this vital realization of our unity with the infinite spirit that is the life of all life. In this realization, there can be no disease, and nothing can more easily remove from the body the obstructions that have accumulated there, or in other words, the disease residing there, than this full realization and complete opening to this divine influx. "I will put my spirit in you, and you will live." The moment a person becomes aware of their unity with the infinite spirit, they recognize themselves as a spiritual being and no longer as merely a physical or material being. Thus, they no longer make the mistake of seeing themselves as a body subject to ills and diseases, but become aware that they are spirit. Spirit now, as much as it will be or can be, and that they are the builder and thus the master of the body, the house in which they live. And the moment they thus recognize their power as master, they cease to allow the body to escape them in any way. They no longer fear the elements or forces they previously allowed, through ignorance, to invade their body and affect it. The moment they become aware of their own supremacy, rather than fearing them as they did when they were not in harmony with them, they learn to love them. Thus they come into harmony with them, or rather, they control them in such a way that they come into harmony with them. The one who was once a slave becomes a master. The moment we come to love something, it is no longer harmful to us. Today, there is an almost untouchable number of weak people suffering in their bodies. They would become strong and healthy if they simply gave God the chance to do His work. To these people, I would say, do not close the divine entry. Do anything else before that. Open yourself to it. Invite God in. To the extent that you open yourself to it, its inflowing tide will carry through your bodies a force so vital that the old obstructions that dominate you today will be expelled before it. My words are life to those who find them, and riches to all their flesh. There is a trough through which a stream of turbid water flows. For several days, dirt has gradually accumulated on the sides and bottom and continues to accumulate while the turbid water flows. Change that. Open the trough to a swift current of clear, crystalline water, and in a very short time, even the dirt that has accumulated on the sides and bottom will be swept away. The trough will then be completely cleaned and will present a beautiful appearance, no longer an ugly one. Moreover, the water now flowing through it will be precious, a refreshing agent, health and strength for those who use it. To the extent that you become aware of your unity with the infinite spirit of life, realize your latent possibilities and powers, you will exchange illness for ease. The harmony in which you realize this integrity, this abundant health and strength within yourself, you will impart to all those with whom you speak, for we must remember that health is as contagious as illness. I hear the following question: what can be concretely said about the practical application of these truths to maintain the pleasure of perfect physical health, and furthermore, to heal any existing illness? In response, let us say that the main point is to emphasize the great underlying principle, and that each individual must make their own application. One person cannot do this for another. Firstly, it must be stated that merely thinking about perfect health sets vital forces into motion, which, over time, will more or less produce the effect of perfect health. Then, speaking more directly about the great principle itself, it is clear that one can achieve more through the process of realization than through affirmation. Although for some, affirmation may support realization. To the extent that one reaches a vital realization of their unity with the infinite spirit of life, from which all individual life has come and continues to develop, to the extent that through this realization one opens to its divine influx, the forces set in motion will eventually bring even the physical body to a state of abundant health and strength. For by becoming aware that this infinite spirit of life admits no illness by its own nature, it is life itself, through realizing its unity with it, that allows one to open to its most abundant influx, and where the diseased conditions and effects will respond to the influence of its power. Everything is perfect, whether quickly or with delay. It depends entirely on oneself. There have been people who have been able to open so fully to this realization that healing was instantaneous and permanent. The degree of intensity always eliminates the element of time equally. However, this intensity must be calm, serene, and anticipated rather than fearful, disturbed, and unexpected. Others have achieved this understanding gradually. Many will receive great help, and many will heal completely through a practice somewhat similar to this. With a peaceful mind and a heart that opens to all with love, enter the tranquility of your own inner being, while keeping in mind, I am one with the infinite spirit of life, the life of my life. Then as a spirit in a spiritual being, I cannot admit any illness in my own true nature. Now, I open my body, where the illness has taken root. I open it completely to the tide of this infinite life, and now, even now, it flows through and traverses my body, and the healing process is underway. Become aware of this with such fullness that you will begin to feel an acceleration and a radiant warmth brought to the body by the forces of life. Believe that the healing process is underway. Believe it and cling to that belief continuously. Many people intensely desire one thing, but expect another. They have more faith in the power of evil than in the power of good, and that is why they remain ill. If one dedicates oneself to this meditation, realization, treatment, or whatever term seems best, at the established times as frequently as one chooses, and then continually maintains the same mental attitude, thus allowing the force to work continuously, one will be surprised at how quickly the body will change from conditions of illness and disharmony to health and harmony. However, there is no particular reason for this surprise, as in this way one simply allows the omnipotent power to do the work, which in all cases is what it must ultimately do. If there is a localized difficulty and one wishes to open this particular part in addition to the whole body to this incoming life, one can maintain this particular part in thought to focus thought in this way on a specific portion of the body. This stimulates or increases the flow of life forces in that part. However, it must always be kept in mind that, regardless of the healing obtained in this way, the effects will not cease definitively as long as the causes are not eliminated. In other words, as long as the violation of the law exists, disease and suffering will occur. This realization, we consider, will influence not only where there is a diseased condition of the body, but even where such a condition does not exist, it will bring an increase in bodily life, vigor, and power. We have had many cases throughout the ages and in all countries where healing has occurred through the operation of inner forces, something entirely independent of external agencies. The methods have varied, or rather the names applied to them have varied, but the great law underlying everything is one and the same, and it is the same today. When the Master sent out his disciples, he commanded them to heal the sick and afflicted in addition to teaching the people. The early church fathers had the power to heal. In short, it was part of their work. And why should we not have the same power today as they did? The laws are identical. So why not? Simply because, with a few rare exceptions, we are unable to transcend the mere letter of the law to reach its true spirit and vital power. It is the letter of the law that kills. It is the spirit that gives life and power. Every soul that personalizes itself in such a way that it breaks through the mere letter and enters into the true vital spirit will have the power, as all who have gone before us did. And when it does, it will also be the means to convey it to others, for it will be the one that moves and speaks with authority. Today we are discovering more and more quickly, as time goes by, that practically all diseases with their associated sufferings originate from perverted mental and emotional states and conditions. The mental attitude we adopt towards something determines to a greater or lesser extent its effects on us. If we fear it or fight against it, it is likely to have harmful or even disastrous effects on us. If we come into harmony with it, calmly recognizing and inwardly affirming our superiority, to the extent that we succeed in doing so, it will not harm us. No disease can enter or take hold of our bodies unless something corresponding to it already exists that makes it possible. Similarly, no harm or undesirable condition of any nature can occur in our lives unless what invites it and makes its arrival possible already exists within them. As soon as we start seeking the inner cause of what happens to us, it will be better. For the sooner we begin to create favorable conditions within ourselves, the sooner good can enter. We, who by our own nature should be masters of all conditions, are dominated by nearly countless conditions of all kinds due to our ignorance. I fear a draught, although there is nothing in the draught, as it is a small purifying current of God's pure air that should not cause problems or provoke a cold, perhaps even an illness. The draught can only affect me to the extent that I make it possible, only to the extent that I allow it to affect me. We need to distinguish between causes and mere occasions. The draught is not a cause and does not carry a cause with it. Two people are sitting in the same draught. One is affected by it, the other feels no discomfort, and even appreciates it. One is a creature of circumstances, fears the draught, curls up in front of it, constantly thinks about the damage it might cause. In other words, she opens all the pathways for it to enter and take hold of her, and thus she, harmless and beneficial in itself, brings exactly what she has been allowed to bring. The other recognizes herself as a master and not as a creature of circumstances. She does not worry about the draught. She harmonizes with it, becomes positive, and instead of feeling any discomfort, she appreciates it. Moreover, It serves her by bringing fresh and pure air from the outside and making her even more resilient against any similar future conditions. But if the draft were the cause, it would produce the same results for both. The fact that it does not shows that it is not a cause, but a condition, and it brings effects that correspond to the conditions it finds in each person. Poor subject, how many times do millions become the scapegoat for those who are too ignorant or too unjust to face their own weaknesses, and who, instead of becoming imperial masters, remain huddled slaves? Think about what it means for a man created in the image and likeness of the eternal God, participating in his life and power, born to dominate, to be fearful, trembling, and huddled in front of a small current of pure air that gives life. But scapegoats are practical things, although what they do for us is to help us in our constant attempts at self-illusion. The best way to eliminate the harmful effects of a draft to which one is accustomed is first to create a set of pure and healthy conditions within, and then to change one's mental attitude toward it. Recognize the fact that by itself it has no power. It only has the capacity you give it. Thus, you will harmonize with it and no longer have to fear it. Then, expose yourself to the draft several times and adapt to it as everyone does. If you do it wisely, you will be able to do it easily. But suppose you have fragile health or are particularly sensitive to drafts. Then be simply a bit cautious at first. Do not seek out the strongest draft, especially if you do not yet feel up to it, because if you do not, it means you are still afraid of it. This supreme regulator of all life, common sense, should be used here as everywhere else. If we are born to have control and we have it, it is demonstrated by the fact that some have achieved it. What someone has done, sooner or later, everyone can do. Therefore, it is not necessary to live under the domination of any physical agent. To the extent that we recognize our own inner powers, we are masters capable of dictating, but to the extent that we do not recognize them, we are slaves and allow ourselves to be dictated to. We build what we find within ourselves. We attract what comes to us, all in accordance with spiritual law, for all natural law is spiritual law. All human life is cause and effect. There is no chance, even in the vast universe. If we are not satisfied with what happens in our lives, it is not about spending time struggling against some imaginary thing we have created and call fate, but about looking within and changing the causes that act there so that things of a different nature will happen. For what happens exactly corresponds to what we have brought about. This is true not only for the physical body, but for all phases and conditions of life. We invite what happens, and if we do not invite it, whether consciously or unconsciously, it could neither happen nor come. This may be hard to believe or even see for some at first, but to the extent that one examines it honestly and openly, and so to speak powerfully, one can clearly understand how the forces of thought trace their effects in us and around us. Thus, everything that happens to us depends entirely on our mental attitude towards it. This or that occurrence or condition causes disturbance. Very well, it causes disturbance and thus disrupts your peace simply because you were created to have absolute control over your own domain. But if you voluntarily delegate this power, even temporarily, to someone or something else, then you become, of course, the creature under control. To live without being disturbed by transient events, you must first find your own center, then be steadfast in it and thus govern the world from within. One who does not condition circumstances allows the process to reverse and become a conditioned circumstance. Find your center and live in it. Do not submit to any person or thing. To the extent that you do, you will find yourself increasingly strong within it. And how can one find their center? By realizing their unity with the infinite power and continually living in that realization. But if you do not govern from your own center, if you attribute to this or that the power to cause you inconvenience, pain, or damage, then accept what it brings, but stop blaming eternal goodness and the benevolence of all things. I swear that the earth will be whole for one who is complete. The earth remains torn and broken only for one who remains torn and broken. If the windows of your soul are dirty and stained, covered with foreign substances, then the world as you see it from your windows will appear dirty, stained, and disorderly. However, stop complaining. Keep your pessimism, your poor and unfortunate self to yourself, lest it reveal that your windows are in great need of something. But you must know that your friend, who keeps his windows clean so that the eternal sun can illuminate everything inside and make everything outside visible, lives in a different world from yours. So go wash your windows instead of desiring another world. You will discover the wonders of this world, and if you do not find transcendent beauties here, you are unlikely to find them anywhere else. The poem hangs on the bush tree when the poet's eye arrives, and the whole street is a masquerade when Shakespeare passes. This same Shakespeare, whose mere death causes all this commotion, is the one who put into the mouth of one of his characters the following words: "The fault, dear Brutus, is not in our stars, but in ourselves, that we are underlings." And the great work of his own life is good evidence that he fully understood the truth of the facts we are examining. Moreover, he gave us a great truth in accord with what we are examining when he said, "Our doubts are traitors, and make us lose the good we often might win by fearing to attempt." Probably there is no factor that brings us more undesirable conditions than fear. We should live in fear of nothing, nor will we when we fully know ourselves. An old French proverb says, "Some of your pains you have healed and the sharpest you have survived, but what torments of pain have you endured for evils that never came?" Fear and lack of faith go hand in hand. One arises from the other. Tell me how much you lean toward fear, and I will tell you how much you lack faith. Fear is a very costly guest to entertain, just like worry. They are so costly that no one can afford to maintain them. We invite what we fear, just as, through a different mental attitude, we invite and attract the influences and conditions we desire. The mind dominated by fear opens the door to the entry of the same things, to the actualization of the same conditions it fears. "Where are you going?" asked an Eastern pilgrim when meeting the plague. "I'm going to Baghdad to kill 5,000 people, was the reply. A few days later, the same pilgrim met the plague again. "But you told me you were going to Baghdad to kill 5,000 people, she said. "But instead you killed 50,000 people. "No," replied the plague. "I only killed 5,000, as I said. The others died of fear." Fear can paralyze all the muscles of the body. Fear affects blood flow as well as the normal and healthy action of all vital forces. Fear can make the body rigid, immobile, and unable to move. Not only do we attract the things we fear, but we also help attract the conditions we dread into our own minds. We do this in proportion to the strength of our own thought. To the extent that they are sensibly organized, they are influenced by our thought, whether conscious or not. Children, especially when very young, are generally more sensitive to the influences of their environment than adults. Like true sensitive plates, they record the influences around them and integrate them as they grow. How much more, then, must those who have charge of children be attentive to their predominant mental and emotional states? And how cautious must a mother be while carrying the child, when every thought and every mental and emotional state has a direct influence on the child's life? Therefore, it is important for parents to pay attention to how they carry a child, whether younger or older, with thoughts of fear. This is often done unknowingly, through anxiety, and sometimes through what could well be called overcare, which is as bad as lack of care. I know of many cases where a child, constantly kept in the thought of fear due to a particular condition, attracted to themselves the same things they feared, things which otherwise probably would never have happened. Often there was no real basis for the fear. When there was one, it is much wiser to take exactly the opposite attitude to neutralize the force in action, and then keep the child in the thought of wisdom and strength, so that they can face and master the condition, rather than be dominated by it. Recently, a friend recounted an experience from his own life in this regard. At a time when he was struggling terribly with a certain habit, his mother and the young woman he was engaged to, whose marriage depended on demonstrating his control, constantly kept him in a state of fear. Thus he, very sensitive to influences, continually felt the depressive and weakening effects of their negative thoughts. He could always tell exactly what they felt about him. He was continually influenced and weakened by their fear, concerns, and suspicions, which had the effect of diminishing his own sense of power and having a paralyzing influence on him. Instead of instilling courage and strength in him, it led him to a greater understanding of his own weakness and to the almost useless use of his resources. Two people who cared for her deeply and would have done everything they could to help her gain control, while ignoring the silent, subtle, always active and revealing power of thought forces, instead of giving her courage and adding strength, disarmed her in this way, and then added further weakness from the outside. Thus, the battle became 3 times more difficult for her. Fear, worry, and all associated mental states are too costly for anyone, man, woman, or child, to indulge in or revel in. Fear paralyzes healthy action, worry corrodes and destroys the organism, and ultimately tears it apart. Nothing is gained from this, but everything is lost. Prolonged pain from any loss does the same. Each brings its own type of disease. An excessive love for profit, a stubborn and possessive disposition will have similar effects. Anger, jealousy, malevolence, constant search for scapegoats, and lust, each have their own particular effects that gnaw, weaken, and tear apart. We will find that not only happiness and prosperity are concomitants of righteousness in living in harmony with higher laws, but also bodily health. The great Hebrew seer stated a wonderful chemistry of life when he said, "Just as righteousness tends to life, so he who pursues evil pursues his own death. On the other hand, on the path of righteousness is life, and on its path there is no death. The time will come when it will be evident that this means far more than most people dare to think." Man must decide whether his soul will reside in a lordly house of increasing splendor and beauty, or in a hovel of his own construction, a place ultimately ruined and left to decay. The bodies of nearly countless numbers of people living their lives unbalanced in a one-sided manner through these influences become fragile and fall into ruin well before their time. Poor houses meant to be magnificent temples, reduced to desolation by their ignorant, careless, and illusory tenants. Poor houses. A careful observer, a scrupulous student of the power of thought forces, will soon be able to read in the voice and movements the traits and effects recorded by prevailing mental and emotional states and conditions. Or, if given the dominant mental and emotional states, they will be able to describe the voice, movements, traits, and generally the particular physical illnesses of its possessor. It is well authorized that a study of the human body, its structure, and the time it takes to reach maturity, compared to the time it takes various animals and their corresponding longevity, reveals that its natural age should be closer to 120 years than what is commonly found today. Consider the crowds around us, whose bodies age, become fragile, and break down, forcing them to abandon them long before reaching what should be a long period of strong and vigorous life. Thus, by reducing the natural span of life, we come to what might be called a racial belief that this shortened period is the natural period. As a result, many, approaching a certain age, noticing that generally people at this stage of life begin to show signs of old age, to break down and decline, think it is routine and must be the same for them. By adopting this mental attitude, they attract these same conditions to themselves much earlier than necessary. The influences of the mind in the construction and reconstruction of the body are useful and powerful. As we better understand them, it may become habitual for people to expect to extend their adolescence into their second century. I'm currently thinking of a friend, a lady of nearly 80 years old, whom some would call an old woman, especially those who measure age by the number of seasons since birth. But calling our friend old would be like calling black white. She is not older than a young woman of 25, and in fact, she is younger than many girls of that age. By seeking the good in all people and all things, she has found good everywhere. The brilliance of her mood and voice, which radiates to all those around her, has characterized her throughout her life. In return, she has brought brightness, hope, courage, and strength to hundreds and thousands of people over the years, and she will apparently continue to do so for many more years. There have been no fears, worries, hates, jealousies, sorrows, or sordid avarices in her sphere of thought. Consequently, her mind, free from these abnormal states and conditions, has not manifested in her body the various physical illnesses that the vast majority of people drag around, mistakenly thinking, in their ignorance, that they are natural, and that everything is in accordance with the external order of things. Her life has been a varied experience, so all these things would have found an easy entrance into the realm of her mind, and thus into her life, if she had been ignorant enough to allow them in. On the contrary, she has been wise enough to recognize that at least in one realm she is the sovereign, the realm of her mind, and that she determines what should or should not enter it. She also knows that by determining this, she determines all the conditions of her life. It is a pleasure and an inspiration to see her move with her sunny mood, youthful step, and to hear her joyful laughter. Indeed, Shakespeare knew what he was talking about when he said, "It is the spirit that enriches the body." I recently saw her as she walked down the street, stopping to talk and engage with a group of children playing by the roadside, slightly quickening her pace to speak with a laundress carrying her load of clothes, stopping to chat with a worker returning with his dinner box in hand, acknowledging the lady in her car, and yes, sharing a bit of her own rich life with everyone she met. By chance, as I was observing her, a truly old woman passed by her. Although at least 10 or 15 years younger by the count of seasons, she had the stooped posture and rigid joint muscles, a face marked by long sadness, intensified by a dark and somber head covering with an even darker veil. Her entire outfit was of this type. With this relic of barbarism combined with her own state of mind and expression, she continuously proclaimed to the world two things: her own personal sorrows and afflictions, which she kept constantly fresh in her mind through this very process, and also her lack of faith in the eternal goodness of things, her lack of faith in the eternal love and goodness of the infinite Father. Wrapped solely in thoughts of her own pains, sorrows, and afflictions, she neither received nor gave any joy, hope, courage, or good to those she encountered or was in contact with. On the contrary, she suggested to all and helped to intensify in many these too frequent mental states in our ordinary human life. And as she passed by our friend, a slight movement of her head, associated with the expression on her face, seemed to indicate that her thought was this: her clothing and demeanor were not quite appropriate for a lady of her age, thank God. And thank God that they are not, and that in His great goodness and love He sends us countless people of this same kind who live to bless humanity, to transmit the invigorating influences of their own true lives to the many around us who need them so much. Do you still want to be young and carry all the loyalty and joy of youth into your years of maturity? Then pay attention to one thing: how you live in your world of thoughts. That will determine everything. This saying came from the inspired Gautama the Buddha, who said, "The mind is everything. What you think, you become." Ruskin thought similarly when he said, "Keep away from unpleasant thoughts. None of us know yet, for it has not been taught from youth what fairy palaces we can build with beautiful thoughts free from adversity." Do you want to have all the elasticity, strength, and beauty of your youth in your body? Then live with that in your mind, leaving no room for impure thoughts, and externalize that in your body. To the extent that you maintain a youthful mind, you will retain a youthful body, and you will discover that your body, in turn, will help your mind, as the body assists the mind, just as the mind builds the body. You continually build and externalize in your body the conditions most in harmony with the thoughts and emotions you harbor. And not only do you build from within, but you also continually attract external forces of a similar nature. Your particular type of thought connects you with a similar order of thought coming from outside. If your thoughts are bright, hopeful, and joyful, you connect with a current of thought of that nature. If they are sad, fearful, and dejected, then it is with that order of thought that you connect. If this latter is the order of your thoughts, then perhaps unconsciously and gradually you have connected with it. You need to return and regain some of your childlike nature with its carefree and joyful thought patterns. The minds of groups of children playing are entirely focused on attracting their companions with a playful current of thought. If a child is isolated, deprived of their companions, they quickly become dejected and slow in their movements. They are cut off from this particular current of thought and are literally out of their element. It is necessary for you to regain that playful current of thought that has gradually faded away. Are you too serious and sad or absorbed by the business of life? You can be playful and joyful without being childish or foolish. You can handle your affairs much better with a playful mindset. When your mind is outside your work, the constant state of sadness and seriousness, which many maintain for a long time, makes it difficult to smile and results only in harm. At 18 or 20 years old, you began to abandon the playful tendency of your early youth. You took on a more serious side of life, dedicated yourself to work, became more or less involved in its concerns, perplexities, and responsibilities, or as a man, you entered a phase of life involving care or problems, or you became absorbed in a business game that, in pursuing it, left you no time to play. Then, by associating with older people, you absorbed their old ideas, their mechanical methods of thinking, and their acceptance of errors without questioning or reflecting. In all this, you opened your mind to a heavy current of thought burdened with concerns to which you connect unconsciously. This thought materializes in your blood and flesh. What you see in your body is a deposit or crystallization of the invisible element that continuously flows into your body from your mind. As the years go by, you realize that your movements are stiff and awkward, making it difficult to climb a tree, unlike when you were 14. Your mind has been sending these heavy and inelastic elements to your body all this time, shaping your body into what it is now. Your change must be gradual and can only be achieved by introducing a current of thought of symmetrical and integral strength to influence this, requiring that supreme power be directed in the best way, diverting your mind from the many unhealthy thoughts that have usually circulated in it without your knowing towards other, healthier thoughts. Like the beast, our race's bodies have weakened and deteriorated in the past. This will not always be the case. The increase in spiritual knowledge will reveal the cause of this decline and also show how to use a law of force to rebuild ourselves, continually renewing the body and giving it ever greater strength, instead of blindly using this law of force, as has been done in the past, to weaken our bodies and ultimately destroy them. Full, rich, and abundant health is the normal and natural condition of life. Everything else is an abnormal condition, and abnormal conditions generally arise from perversions. God never created disease, suffering, and pain. These are human creations resulting from the violation of the laws under which we live. We are so accustomed to seeing them that we gradually come to not only consider them natural, but also to regard them as normal. There will come a time when the doctor's job will no longer be to treat and try to cure the body, but to heal the mind, which in turn will heal the body. In other words, the true physician will be a master whose work consists in keeping people healthy rather than trying to cure them after the onset of disease. There will come a time when each person will be their own doctor, to the extent that we live in harmony with the higher laws of our being, and thus, to the extent that we better understand the powers of the mind and thought, we will pay less attention to the body, not less care, but less attention. The bodies of thousands of people today would be much better cared for if their owners paid less importance and attention to them. As a general rule, those who think least about their bodies enjoy the best health. Many maintain continuous poor health because of the abnormal thoughts and attention they give to it. Give the body the food, exercise, fresh air, and sunlight it needs. Keep it clean and then think about it as little as possible. In your thoughts and conversations, never dwell on the negative side. Do not speak of illness and pain. By talking about them, you harm yourself and those who listen to you. Speak of those things that will make people feel better by listening to you. Thus, they will be contagious with health and strength, not with weakness and disease. Emphasizing the negative is always destructive. This is true for the body as well as for all other things. What follows from someone whose extensive medical training has been complemented by studies and observations on the powers of inner forces is of particular importance and value in this regard. We can never achieve health by contemplating disease, nor attain perfection by dwelling on imperfection, nor harmony through discord. We must maintain a high ideal of health and harmony constantly before our mind. Never formulate or repeat about your health what you would not want to see manifest. Do not linger on your pains or study your symptoms. Never let yourself be convinced that you are not entirely in control of yourself. Firmly establish your superiority over physical ailments. Do not recognize yourself as a slave to any inferior power. I would teach children to build from a young age a strong barrier between themselves and disease through habits of high thinking and pure living. I would teach them to expel all thoughts of death, all images of illness, all discordant emotions such as hatred, malice, revenge, envy, and sensuality, as well as how to ward off the temptation to do wrong. I would teach them that bad food, bad drink, or polluted air produce poor blood quality, that poor blood quality leads to bad tissues, and that bad flesh causes poor morality. I would show them that healthy thoughts are as essential for healthy bodies as pure thoughts are for a clean life. I would teach them to cultivate a strong will and to prepare against life's enemies in every possible way. I would teach the sick to have hope, confidence, and joy. Our thoughts and imaginations are the only real limits to our possibilities. The success or health of anyone will never exceed their own confidence. Generally, we set our own barriers. Like begets like in the universe. Hatred, envy, malice, jealousy, and revenge beget descendants. Each malicious thought begets other similar thoughts, and each continues to reproduce until our world is populated with its descendants. The true physician and father of the future will not treat the body with medicine, but the mind with principles. The mother of tomorrow will teach her child to soothe the fever of anger, hatred, and malice with the world's great panacea, love. The doctor of tomorrow will teach people to cultivate joy, goodwill, and noble actions as tonics for health and the heart, for a joyful heart is as beneficial as medicine. Your body's health, just like the health and strength of your mind, depends on what you connect with. This infinite spirit of life, this source of all life by its own nature, tolerates no weakness or disease. Therefore, enter fully, consciously, and vitally into the realization of your unity with this infinite life. Open yourself to its most abundant entry, and health and bodily strength, always renewed, will be yours, and good can always triumph over evil. Health walks where pain has trodden. As a man thinks, so he is. So rise up and think with God. The whole matter can be summed up in one sentence: God is good, and you too must awaken to the knowledge of your true being. When this awakening comes, you will have and see that you have the power to determine what conditions manifest in your body. You must recognize and realize that you are one with the infinite spirit. God's will is then your will, and your will is God's will. With God, all things are possible. When we are able to eliminate all sense of separation by continually living in the realization of this unity, not only will our physical ailments and weaknesses disappear, but also all limitations in every area. Rejoice in the Lord, and He will give you the desires of your heart. You will want to shout all day long, "The lines have fallen to me in pleasant places. Yes, I have a beautiful inheritance." Remove from your mind the belief that good things and good events will come to you in the future. Come now into the real life. Come and take possession of it now. Remember that only the best is sufficient for someone with an inheritance as real as yours. We buy ashes for bread. We buy diluted wine. Give me the real thing, whose broad leaves and tendrils wind between the silver notes of heaven and draw the eternal dew. The secret, power, and effects of love are the spirit of infinite love. The moment we recognize ourselves as one with it, we are filled with love to the point of seeing only good in everything. When we realize that we are all one with this infinite spirit, we understand that, in some way, we are all one with each other. When we recognize this fact, we cannot harm anyone or anything, for we discover that we are all members of one great body, and no part of the body can be damaged without all other parts suffering. When we fully awaken to the great fact of the unity of all life, that we are all participants in this one infinite source, and that this life is the life in every individual, prejudices disappear and hatreds cease. Love grows and reigns supreme. Then, wherever we go, every time we come into contact with others, we will be able to recognize the inner God. In this way, when we seek only the good and always find it, it represents something profitable. There is a profound scientific fact underlying the great truth. He who takes up the sword will perish by the sword. The moment we understand the subtle powers of the forces of thought, we can quickly see that every time we have a thought of hatred towards others, we receive the effects of those diabolical forces that come out of us and provoke the same thoughts of hatred in them, which return to the sender. Thus, when we understand the effects of the passion of hatred or anger, even on the physical body, we can see how harmful and costly it is. The same applies to all similar thoughts or passions: envy, criticism, jealousy, and contempt. And it is in this latter case that we discover that by harboring feelings of this nature towards others, we suffer far more than the person towards whom we harbor them. When we fully realize that selfishness is at the root of all error, sin, and crime, and that ignorance is the basis of all selfishness, how much charity we then extend towards the acts of others. The ignorant man seeks his own ends at the expense of the common good. The ignorant man, and therefore the selfish man, is a seer who recognizes the fact that he, as a single member of the great body, benefits exactly to the extent that the whole body benefits. He therefore seeks nothing for himself that he would not also seek for all humanity. If selfishness is at the base of all error, sin, and crime, and if ignorance is the basis of all selfishness, then, when we see a manifestation of any of these qualities, if we are true to the highest in us, We will seek and strive to call forth the good for every individual with whom we come into contact. When God speaks with God, then God responds and shows himself as God. But when man speaks with man, he always responds and he must always pay. Sometimes I hear someone say, "I see nothing good in him." Then you are not a seer. Look deeper, and you will find the same God in every human soul. But remember that it takes a God to recognize a God. Christ always spoke to the highest, truest, and best in man. He knew and recognized the God within each person. Because he had first realized it within himself, he dined with tax collectors and sinners. "Abominable," said the scribes and Pharisees, so mired in their own arrogance and egocentrism which led to their ignorance that they had never found God within themselves and therefore never imagined it was real life, even for tax collectors and sinners. To the extent that we keep a person in the thought of evil or error, we suggest evil and error to them. Depending on their sensitivity or degree of individualization, they will be susceptible to the suggestions of others' thought forces, be influenced, and thus we can become complicit in the same malevolence we harbor towards them. Similarly, when we keep a person in thoughts of righteousness, goodness, and truth, righteousness, goodness, and truth are suggested to them. Thus we have a very beneficial influence on their life and behavior. If our hearts are directed with love towards all those we come into contact with, we inspire love, and the same noble and warm influences of love always return to us from those we have inspired. This precept is based on a deep scientific principle. If you want everyone to love you, you must first love everyone. To the extent that we love, we will be loved. Thoughts are forces. Each creates according to its own nature. Each returns charged with the effect that corresponds to it, and of which it is the cause. Let your secret thoughts be just. They have a vital part and play a role in the formation of words and shaping of destiny. God's system is so complex that I know of no better practice than that of a friend who constantly maintains a mental attitude of continuous love, sending their love in the form of thought. I love you all. When we realize that each thought invariably produces its effect before returning or ceasing, we can see how we continuously emit a blessing, not only on everyone we come into contact with, but on everyone. Moreover, these same thoughts of love, manifested in various ways, continuously reach us from all directions. Even animals feel the effects of these forces. Some animals are organized in a much more sensitive way than many people, and therefore receive the effects of our thoughts, as well as our mental and emotional states, much more easily than other people. Thus, whenever we encounter an animal, we can do good by sending it these thoughts of love. It will feel the effects, whether we simply offer it distraction or express these thoughts directly. It is often interesting to observe the speed with which it responds and the ease with which it shows its appreciation. What a privilege, and how wonderful it would be to live and walk in a world where we only encounter gods. In such a world, you could live happily, and I could live, for to the extent that we reach this higher realization, we would see only God in every human soul. When we are able to see him in every person we meet, then we will live in such a world. Thus, when we recognize God in each one, through this recognition, we always call him forth more. This is a privilege for you and me. This hypocritical judgment of others is something we should have nothing to do with, for we have the power to see beyond the evolving and changing self that makes mistakes to see the real self, the immutable, eternal self, which will finally reveal itself in the full beauty of holiness. Then, we are great enough to realize that when we condemn another for the same act, we condemn ourselves. This realization fills us with so much love that we continually pour it out, and everyone we come into contact with feels its warm and invigorating power. They, in turn, return the same feelings of love to us, and thus we continually attract love from all sides. Tell me how much someone loves, and I will tell you how much they have seen of God. Tell me how much someone loves, and I will tell you how much they live with God. Tell me how much someone loves, and I will tell you to what extent they have entered the kingdom of heaven, the realm of harmony. For love is the fulfillment of the law, and in a sense love is everything. It is the key to life, for its influences are what make the world go round. Live only with thoughts of love towards others, and you will attract love from everyone to yourself. If you live with thoughts of malice or hatred, malice and hatred will return to you, for the poisons of evil, the axes of malice, like boomerangs, come back inflicting wounds that do not heal. As anger and irritation burn, each diverted thought is a force that goes out, and each thought returns charged with its own nature. This is an immutable law. Moreover, every thought you have has a direct effect on your body. Love and its refined emotions are the normal and natural states, in harmony with the eternal order of the universe, for God is love. They have a revitalizing and healthy influence on your body, in addition to beautifying your face, enriching your voice, and making you more attractive in every way each day. And as it is true that as you have thoughts of love for all, you call forth the same from them in return, and as these thoughts have a direct effect on your mind, and through your mind, on your body, it results in much vital force being added to yours from the outside. Thus you continuously build this in your mental and physical life, and your life is enriched by its influence. Hatred and all its refined emotions are what is unnatural and abnormal, perversions that are out of harmony with the eternal order of the universe. For if love is the fulfillment of the law, then its opposites are direct violations of the law, and there can never be a violation of the law without pain and suffering in one way or another. This cannot be avoided, but what is the result of this particular form of violation? When you allow thoughts of anger, hatred, malice, jealousy, envy, criticism, or contempt to exert their influence, they have a corrosive and poisoning effect on the organism, weakening it, and if allowed to continue, they will eventually destroy it by manifesting in the form of specific diseases they generate. Moreover, in addition to the destructive influences of your own mind, you continuously attract the same influences from other minds, which come as destructive forces adding to your own, thus contributing to the process of degradation. Just as love inspires love, hatred begets hatred. Love and goodwill stimulate and strengthen the body, while hatred and malice corrode and destroy it. Love is the savior of life for life. Hatred is the savior of death for death. There are loyal hearts, courageous minds, pure and true souls. If you give the best of yourself to the world, the best will return to you. Give love, and love will flow into your heart with maximum force when needed. Have faith, and a dozen hearts will show their faith in your words and actions. I hear it said, "But how is this possible? As for someone who incites me to hate, toward whom I have harbored no such thoughts or feelings, I cannot be the cause of their enmity toward me." This may be true, but it is highly likely that you would have few enemies if there were nothing antagonistic in your own mind and heart. Ensure that there is nothing of that nature within you. However, if hatred comes from someone without any apparent cause from you, then confront it from the beginning to the end with thoughts of love and goodwill. In this way, you can, so to speak, neutralize its effects, so that it cannot reach you, and consequently cannot harm you. Love is positive and stronger than hatred. Hatred can always be overcome by love. On the other hand, if you respond to hatred with hatred, you only intensify it, adding fuel to the already kindled fire which will feed and grow, thus increasing and intensifying the conditions of evil. You gain nothing this way. You lose everything. By sending love in response to hatred, you will be able to neutralize it, so that it has no effect on you and cannot even reach you. But more importantly, through this path, sooner or later, you will be able to literally transform the enemy into a friend. Confront hatred with hatred, and it will degrade you. Confront hatred with love, and you will rise not only yourself but also the one who brings you hatred. The Persian sage said, "Always confront petulance with gentleness and wickedness with kindness." A gentle hand can even guide an elephant by a hair. Respond to your enemy with gentleness. Opposition to peace is a sin. The Buddhist says, "If a man harms me, I will foolishly return to him with the protection of my ungrateful love. The more he harms me, the more good will come from me." The wise man returns insults with kindness. The Chinese say, "Repay good for evil, overcome anger with love. Hatred never ceases by hatred, but by love." The Hindu says, "The true sage will know no one as an enemy." From time to time we hear the expression, "It doesn't matter, I will take revenge on him." Will you? How will you do it? You can do it in two ways. You can, as you have in mind, treat him as he treats you or seems to treat you. Pay him back in his own currency, as they say. If you do this, you will take revenge on him by lowering yourself to his level, and both of you will suffer. Or you can be greater. You can send him love in response to hatred, kindness in response to mistreatment, and thus take revenge on him by elevating him to a higher level. But remember that you can never help others without, through that very act, helping yourself. And if you forget yourself, then in most cases the value to you is greater than the service you render to another. If you are ready to treat him as he treats you, then you clearly show that there is something in you that attracts hatred and mistreatment toward you. You deserve what you receive and should not complain, and you would not complain if you were wise. By following the other path, you more effectively achieve your goal. You gain a victory for yourself while rendering great service to one who evidently needs it. In this way, you can become his savior, and in turn he may become the savior of other men who err and are thus affected by grief. Often, struggles are greater than we can know. We need more gentleness, sympathy, and compassion in our common human life. So let us neither blame nor condemn. Instead of blaming or condemning, sympathize, so that we almost forget what once troubled us. Comfort yourself with a warm and tender handshake, with the softness that love can give and the looks of sincere friends. Do not wait gracefully without saying anything while sharing daily bread, for kind words are often like manna from heaven. When we come to understand the great fact that all evil, all error, and all sin, with all the resulting suffering, stem from ignorance, then, wherever we see a manifestation of these in any form, if our hearts are well disposed, we will have compassion and sympathy for the one in whom we see them. Compassion will then transform into love, and love will manifest in benevolent service. Such is the divine path, and thus, instead of helping to trample and keep the weaker one down, we will support him until he can stand on his own and become master. But all growth of life comes from within to without, and one becomes a true master to the extent that the knowledge of the divinity of one's own nature illuminates the inner consciousness, thus leading it to the knowledge of higher laws. And there is no more effective way to accelerate this revelation in another's inner consciousness than to show the divinity within ourselves simply by the way we live, by example and not by precept. Live and not preach, act and not profess. Live the life and not dogmatize about how it should be lived. There is no contagion equal to that of life. Everything we sow we shall also reap, and everything sown produces its own kind. We can kill not only by directly causing physical harm to others, but also through every antagonistic thought. Not only do we kill in this way, but by killing, we are committing suicide. Many people have fallen ill due to the negative thoughts of a number of people directed toward them. Some have even been literally killed. If we put hatred into the world, we turn it into a literal hell. If we put love into the world, then heaven, with all its beauties and glories, becomes a reality. To not love is to not live, or to live a death in life. The life that flows in love for all is the full and rich life that continually blossoms in beauty and power. It is the life that becomes increasingly inclusive, and therefore greater in its scope and influence. The greater a person, the more inclusive their love and friendships are. The smaller a person, the more their nature is narrow, and the more they boast of their exclusivity. Any fool or idiot can be exclusive. It is easy. It takes and means a great nature to be inclusive. Only the small, egocentric and selfish person is exclusive. The person of great nature, true and not self-centered, is never so. The small nature strives continually for effect. The great nature does not. One seeks here and there for recognition, to attach itself to the world. The other stays at home and draws the world to itself. One loves only for itself, the other loves everyone, but in its greatest love for everyone, it includes itself. Thus, the more we love, the closer we come to God, for God is the spirit of infinite love. And when we come to understand our unity with this infinite spirit, then divine love fills us in such a way that it enriches and exalts our own life. From this flows the enrichment of each person's life. By coming to understand our unity with infinite life, we immediately enter into harmonious relationship with our fellow beings. We enter into harmony with the great law that we find our own life by losing it in service to others. We come to know that all life is one, and that we are all part of a greater whole. Then we realize that we cannot serve another without simultaneously serving ourselves. We also realize that we cannot harm another without, by that same act, harming ourselves. We realize that one who lives only for themselves lives a small, withered and atrophied life, for they have no part in the greater life of humanity. But one who, in service, loses their own life in that greater life, sees their own life increased and enriched 1,000-fold or 1,000,000-fold. Every joy, every happiness, every value that comes to each member of this great whole returns to them in proportion, for they have a share in the life of all and each. Let us say a word about true service. One day Peter and John were going up to the temple, and as they entered through the gate, they encountered a poor lame man who asked them for alms. Instead of giving him something to meet his needs for the day, and then leaving him in the same state of dependence for the next day and beyond, Peter rendered him a true service, and a true service to all humanity by saying, "Silver and gold I do not have, but what I have I give you." And then he healed him, thus putting him in a position to help himself. In other words, the greatest service we can render to someone is to help them heal themselves. Direct help can be weakening, although this is not necessarily the case. It depends on the circumstances. But helping someone to help themselves is never weakening. It is always encouraging and strengthening, as it leads them to a greater and stronger life. There is no better way to help someone help themselves than to give them self-knowledge. There is no better way to lead someone to self-knowledge than to lead them to discover the powers already latent in their soul. There is nothing that more easily or completely awakens the knowledge of these powers than to lead them to the conscious and vital realization of their unity with infinite life and power, so that they may open to them for them to work and manifest through them. We will find that these same great truths are at the root of solving our social situation, and we will never have a complete and permanent solution until they are fully recognized and until inner wisdom and illumination are integrated. This is the spirit of infinite wisdom, and to the extent that we open ourselves to it, the highest wisdom manifests to us and through us. Thus we can reach the very heart of the universe and discover the mysteries hidden from the majority of humanity, hidden from them, though not hidden within themselves. To obtain the highest wisdom and intuition, we must have absolute confidence that divinity guides us, but not through the channel of another person. Why should we turn to another for knowledge and wisdom? In God there is no favoritism. Why should we seek these things second-hand? Why should we thus paralyze our own innate faculties? Would it not be better to turn directly to the infinite source itself? If someone lacks wisdom, let them ask it from God. Before they call, I will answer, and while they are still speaking, I will hear. When we go directly to the infinite source itself, we are no longer slaves to personalities, institutions, or books. We should always remain open to the suggestions of truth from these sources, but we must always view them as agents, not as sources. We should never acknowledge them as masters, but merely as teachers. With Bruggen, we must recognize the great fact that truth resides within ourselves and does not come from external things. Whatever your belief, there is an intimate center within each of us where truth resides in its fullness. There is no commandment more important in the entire world, with a deeper inner meaning, than be true to yourself. In other words, be true to your own soul, for it is through your soul that the voice of God speaks to you. This is inner guidance, the light that illuminates every person coming into the world. It is consciousness, it is intuition, it is the voice of the higher self, the voice of the soul, the voice of God, the voice behind you saying, "Here is the way. Walk in it." When Elijah was on the mountain, it was after various physical upheavals and manifestations that he heard a still, small voice, the voice of his soul through which the infinite God spoke. If we simply follow this voice of intuition, it will speak to us more and more clearly and distinctly until it ultimately becomes absolute and infallible in its guidance. The great problem for us is that we do not listen to or follow this voice deep within our souls, making us like a house divided against itself. We are pulled in different directions and are never sure of anything. I have a friend who listens to this inner voice with such attentiveness and always acts so promptly and fully in accordance with his intuitions that his life is absolutely guided by it. He always does the right thing at the right time and in the right manner. He always knows when and how to act, and he never finds himself in the situation of a house divided against itself. But someone might say, isn't it dangerous to always act according to our intuitions? Suppose we have the intuition to harm someone. However, we should not fear this, for the voice of the soul, this voice of God speaking through the soul, will never guide us to harm others or to do anything not in accordance with the highest standards of good, truth, and justice. If at any point you feel such an impulse, you should know that it is not the voice of intuition, but a characteristic of your lower nature pushing you. Reason should not be set aside, but should be continuously illuminated by this higher spiritual perception. And to the extent that it is thus illuminated, it becomes an agent of light and power. When one becomes fully individualized, one enters the realm of all knowledge and all wisdom. To be individualized is to recognize no power outside the infinite power that is at the core of everything. When we recognize this great fact and open ourselves to this spirit of infinite wisdom, we then enter upon the path of true education, and the mysteries that were once closed to us are revealed. This must indeed be the foundation of all true education. This inner revolution involves everything related to infinite power. All the precious things we need to know will come to us if we open ourselves to the voice of this infinite spirit. This is how we become seers and gain the power to go to the very heart of things. There are no new stars, no new laws or forces, but we can open ourselves in such a way to the spirit of infinite wisdom that we can discover and recognize those things that were not known before, making them new to us. When we thus come to the knowledge of truth, we no longer need constantly changing facts, but can enter into the calm of our own inner being. We can open the window and look outside, thus gathering facts as we wish. This is true wisdom. Wisdom is the knowledge of God. Wisdom comes through intuition and far transcends knowledge. A great amount of knowledge of many things, can be obtained simply through a very retentive memory. It comes through teaching. But wisdom far surpasses knowledge, for knowledge is merely an incidental outcome of this deeper wisdom. One who wishes to enter the realm of wisdom must first rid themselves of all intellectual pride. They must become like a little child. Prejudices, preconceived opinions, and beliefs always obstruct true wisdom. Preconceived opinions are always self-destructive in their influences. They block the doorway to the entry of truth. Everywhere we see men, in the religious world, in the scientific world, in the political world, in the social world, all, through their intellectual pride, are so enveloped in their own self-sufficiency and prejudices that the greatest and most recent revelations of truth cannot reach them. And instead of growing and flourishing, they shrink and wither, becoming even less capable of receiving truth. Instead of actively aiding the progress of the world, they are like so many dead sticks on the road that slow down the wheels of progress. They can never wear it out, and in time these sticks are struck, broken, and left behind, while the triumphant chariot of God's truth moves forward with firmness. When the steam engine was still in the experimental phase, and before it was sufficiently perfected for practical use, a well-known Englishman in scientific circles wrote a lengthy pamphlet demonstrating that it would be impossible to use it for ocean navigation, that is, for a voyage involving crossing the ocean, because it would be absolutely impossible for any ship to carry enough coal to fuel its boiler. What is interesting about this is that the first steamship to make the voyage from England to America carried among its cargo a part of the first edition of this carefully prepared pamphlet. There was only one edition. Today, many editions could be sold. This certainly seems like an amusing fact, but even more amusing is the person who willingly closes themselves off to the truth because it does not come through conventional or orthodox channels, or because it may not be in full agreement, or even may be opposed to established practices or beliefs. May your soul have many windows, so that all the glory of the universe can adorn it. No poor stained glass of a narrow creed can catch the radiant rays shining from countless sources. Tear down the shutters of superstition and let the light stream through the beautiful windows, as wide as truth itself and as high as the sky. Sharpen your ear to the endless music of the stars and the voice of nature. Then your heart will turn toward truth and goodness, as the plant turns toward the sun. 1,000 invisible hands will reach out to help you attain the heights crowned with peace, and all the forces of the firmament will strengthen your power. Do not set aside half-truths, but grasp the whole. There is a great law concerning the arrival of truth, and here it is. When a person closes themselves to the entry of truth due to intellectual pride, preconceived opinions, prejudices, or for any other reason, there is a great law that says the truth in its fullness will not come from any source. On the other hand, when someone opens themselves completely to the entry of truth, regardless of the source from which it comes, there is an equally great law that says truth will flow to them from all sources and directions. This person is free, for it is truth that makes us free. The other remains in bondage, for truth has not been invited and will not enter where it is not fully and freely welcomed. And where entry is denied to truth, the rich blessings it brings cannot settle. On the contrary, in such a case, it sends a messenger who brings with them atrophy, disease, and death, both physically and spiritually. The person who deprives another of their free and unhindered search for truth, who positions themselves as the interpreter of truth for another, with the intention of remaining in this position, instead of striving to bring them to a place where they can become their own interpreter, is more reprehensible than a thief or a bandit. For the harm they cause is far greater, as it directly and positively harms the very life of the person they restrain. Who has appointed any person, whatever they may be, as the keeper, custodian, and dispenser of God's unlimited truth? Many indeed feel compelled and are called to be teachers of truth. But the true teacher will never be the interpreter of truth for another. The true teacher is one who strives to lead those they teach to a true knowledge of themselves and thus of their own inner faculties, so they can become their own interpreter. All others are generally driven by purely personal motives of self-aggrandizement or personal gain. Moreover, anyone who claims to possess all the truth and the only truth is a fanatic, a fool, or an impostor. In Eastern literature, there is a fable about a frog. The frog lived in a well and had never been outside its little well. One day, a frog from the sea arrived at its well. Curious about everything, it came in. "Who are you? Where do you live?" asked the well frog. "I am so-and-so, and my home is in the sea," replied the sea frog. "The sea? What is that? Where is it?" "It is a vast body of water, and it's not very far." "How big is your sea? As big as this?" pointing to a small stone nearby. "Much bigger." "As big as this?" pointing to the board they were sitting on. "Much bigger. The sea I live in is larger than your entire well and could contain millions of wells like yours." "Nonsense, nonsense, you are a liar and an impostor. Get out of my well, get out of my well. I want nothing to do with frogs like you." "You shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free." Such is the promise. If you close yourself off to the truth and live according to your own ideas, they will turn you into fools and idiots, a statement that might apply to many, and many are proud of their superior intellectual achievements. Idiocy is a stunted mental growth. Closing oneself off to the truth, and thus to growth for any reason, results in a certain type of idiocy, even if it is not called that. On the other hand, another type of idiocy comes from stunted growth caused by accepting everything without verifying it for oneself, simply because it comes from a particular person, book, or institution. This is because one always looks outward, rather than being true to the inner light, carefully nurturing it so that it can shine with ever clearer light. With the courageous and intrepid Walt Whitman, we should all be able to say, "From this hour, I ordain myself without limits or guidelines. I will go where I please. I will be my own absolute master, listening to others, considering carefully what they say, stopping, seeking, receiving, contemplating gently but with undeniable will, shedding the chains that hold me." Great must be the joy of God's unlimited freedom, which is open to all, equally accessible to everyone, and which will establish its dwelling in each person to the extent that they earnestly desire and open themselves to it. Regarding the wisdom that guides our daily lives, there is nothing just and good that we cannot know when we recognize the law of its arrival and are able to use it wisely. All things are ours as soon as we know how to properly claim them. I maintain this as an immutable law from which no soul can deviate, for we have within us something that will attract what we need or deserve. If there are times when we do not know which direction to take and are unsure of which path to follow, the fault is ours. If the fault is within us, then the correction of this unnatural condition is also within us. It is never necessary to reach such a state if we remain awake and attentive to the light and powers within us. The light always shines, and the only thing we need to be vigilant about is not allowing anything to stand between us and the light with God, the source of life. In His light, we shall see the light. Let us listen to the words of one of the most enlightened men I have known, who, consequently, is never in darkness when it comes time to know what to do and how to do it. Whenever you have doubts about the way to proceed, after using all external means of guidance, let the inner eye see, let the inner ear hear, and allow this simple and naturally beautiful process to unfold without being interrupted by questions or doubts. In all dark hours and moments of unwelcome perplexity, we must follow a simple direction. It is found where the necessary directions can be discovered, in the dear and ancient gospel that so many read but very few interpret correctly. Go into your inner chamber and shut the door. Does this mean we must literally enter a private closet with a key in the door? If that were the case, then this command could never be obeyed outdoors, on land or at sea, and yet Christ loved lakes and forests far more than the narrow rooms of city houses. However, his advice is so vast that there is no place on earth, nor conceivable situation in which any of us might find ourselves, where we cannot follow it. One of the most intuitive men we have known had an office in a city where several other gentlemen conducted business, often talking loudly. Unperturbed by the many and varied noises around him, this centered and faithful man, at every moment of perplexity, drew the curtains of privacy so completely around him that he found himself entirely enclosed in his own psychic space, and thus as effectively isolated from all distractions as if he were alone in a primitive forest. Bringing his difficulty to the mystical silence in the form of a direct question for which he awaited a certain answer, he remained totally passive until the answer arrived, and not once, over many years of experience, was he disappointed or deceived. Intuitive perceptions of truth are the daily bread to satisfy our daily hunger. They come like manna in the desert, day after day, and each day brings a sufficient supply for the needs of that day. They must simply be followed immediately, for lingering over them results in their obscuring. And the more we linger, the more we invite erroneous impressions to cover the intuition with a veil of conflicting moral fantasy born from the illusions of earthly will. A condition is imposed by universal law, and we must obey. Set aside all desires except the single desire to know the truth. And add to this one requirement, the fully dedicated determination to follow what is clearly perceived as the truth as soon as it is revealed. No other affection should share the ground with this absorbing love of the truth for itself. Obey this single direction, and never forget that expectation and desire are the bridegroom and bride, forever inseparable. You will soon discover that your path, previously darkened, becomes luminous with celestial clarity. For with the heavens within, all outer heavens cooperate continually. This may be called entering into silence, which means perceiving and being guided by the light that shines on every person coming into the world. It is also listening and being guided by the voice of your own soul, the voice of your higher self. The soul is divine, and by allowing it to become translucent to the infinite spirit, it reveals all things to us. When man turns away from divine light, all things are hidden. There is nothing hidden within oneself. When the spiritual sense opens, it transcends all limitations of the physical senses and intellect, and to the extent that we manage to free ourselves from the boundaries they impose, we realize that as far as true life is concerned, it is one with infinite life. Then we begin to reach the place where its voice always speaks to us, where it will never fail us if we follow it, and consequently, where we will always have divine illumination and guidance. Knowing this and living in this realization is not to live in the heaven beyond, but to live in heaven here, now, today, and every day. No soul should be deprived of it. When we turn our face in the right direction, it appears as simple and natural as the process by which a flower blooms and the wind blows. It cannot be bought with money or fixed at a price. It is a condition simply waiting to be realized, by the rich and the poor, by kings and peasants, by masters and servants all over the world. All are its equal heirs. Thus the peasant, if he finds it first, lives a life that transcends in beauty and true power the life of his king. Likewise, the servant, if he finds it first, lives a life that surpasses that of his master. If you want to find the highest, fullest, and richest life, not only in this world but also in any other world, then eliminate the sense of separation between your life and that of God. Keep in mind your unity with Him. To the extent that you do this, you will see yourself realizing more and more, and by living this life of realization, you will find that no good thing will be withheld from you, for all things are included. Then you will simply need, without fears or forebodings, to do today what your hands find to do and be ready for tomorrow when it comes, knowing that tomorrow will bring its own provisions for mental, spiritual, and physical life. Remember, however, that tomorrow's provisions are only necessary when tomorrow arrives. If one is fully willing to trust the law, it will never fail. It is partial trust that brings uncertain and thus unsatisfactory results. Nothing is more solid and secure than divinity. It will never fail the one who wholly surrenders to it. The secret of life is to continuously live in this realization, no matter what one is doing, wherever one is, day or night, whether awake or asleep. One can live in it while sleeping just as much as while awake. Let us now examine some facts related to sleep, the reception of instructions, and illumination during sleep. During the process of sleep, it is only the physical body that rests and calms down. The life of the soul with all its activities continues. Sleep is nature's provision for the recovery of the body, for its reconstruction, and thus the replacement of the waste continually produced during waking hours. It is nature's great restorer. If one does not allow the body to sleep sufficiently to replace wear and tear, the body gradually becomes exhausted and weakened, making it more susceptible to illness or affliction. This is why those who are prone to it catch a cold, as we call it, more easily when the body is tired or exhausted from lack of sleep than under other circumstances. The body is then in a condition where external influences can have a faster effect on it than when it is in its normal condition, and when they do have an effect, they always first target the weakest parts. Our bodies are given to serve much higher purposes than those for which we normally use them. This is especially true in many cases where the body becomes the master of its owner. To the extent that we realize the higher powers of the mind and soul, the body, under their influence, becomes less coarse and heavy, finer in its texture and form. Thus, because the mind finds a realm of pleasure in itself and in all the higher things with which it connects, excesses of food and drink and all other such things that stimulate the body and passions, instead of building the body and brain into a strong, clean, well-nourished, resilient, and fibrous state, naturally and of themselves, disappear. The desire for heavier, coarser, and less valuable foods and drinks, such as animal flesh, alcoholic beverages, and all things of that nature that stimulate the body and passions, instead of building the body and brain into a strong, clean, well-nourished, resilient, and fibrous state, also disappears. To the extent that the body thus becomes less coarse and heavy, firmer in its texture and form, there is less waste, and what exists is more easily replaced, so it maintains a more regular and uniform state. In this case, less sleep is needed, and even the amount taken is more beneficial for a body of the finest type than for a body of the other nature. As the body becomes more refined, in other words, as the process of its evolution accelerates, it in turn helps the mind and soul achieve increasingly higher perceptions, making the body useful to the mind in the same way that the mind builds the body. It is undoubtedly this fact that Browning had in mind when he said, "Let us rejoice, all good things are ours." The soul does not help the flesh now, any more than the flesh helps the soul. Sleep is therefore for the rest and reconstruction of the body. The soul does not need rest, and while the body rests, the life of the soul is as active as when the body is awake. Some people, with a deep insight into the activities of the soul, say that we travel during our sleep. Some are able to remember and bring to conscious and awake life the scenes visited, the information obtained, and the events that occurred. Most people are not able to do this, and much of what could be gained is lost. However, it is said that we have the power, to the extent that we understand the laws, to go wherever we wish and bring back to conscious and awake life all the experiences thus obtained. Regardless, it is certain that during our sleep, we have a perfectly normal and natural way of obtaining much value in the form of light, instruction, and growth that most people lose today. If the life of the soul, which connects us to the life of the infinite spirit, is always active, even when the body is at rest, why could not the mind direct the conditions while falling asleep so that, while the body rests, it can continually receive the illumination of the soul and bring what it receives to conscious and awake life? This is indeed possible, and some do it with great benefit. Indeed, the highest inspirations of the soul often come in this way, as it seems the most natural, because at that moment no communication from the external and material world intervenes. I know of people who work a lot during their sleep and gain much light in the desired directions by charging their minds at the moment of falling asleep. Concerning waking at a particular time, it is possible, as many of us know, to wake up to the minute. It is not uncommon to have examples of difficult problems that defy any solution while awake and are resolved during sleep. A well-known journalist friend wrote a long newspaper article clearly and correctly in this manner, frequently using this method to assist her. One evening, the newspaper editor asked her to have the article ready by morning, an article that required more than normal care and demanded extensive knowledge of the facts. It was a subject about which she knew almost nothing, and all her efforts to obtain information on it seemed in vain. She began working but felt that even her own abilities were being challenged. Failure seemed imminent. Almost desperate, she decided to withdraw, and by placing the question in her mind so as to receive the greatest clarity of help while she slept, she fell into a deep sleep until morning. When she woke up, the first thing that came to her mind was the work from the previous night. She remained silent for a few minutes. As she lay there, the fully written article seemed to be before her mind. She reviewed it, got up and without dressing took her pen and transcribed it onto paper, literally acting as her own secretary. The mind, when intensely focused on a particular line, will continue on that line until another object of thought draws it onto a different line. And since, during sleep, only the body is at rest while the mind and soul are active, the mind, receiving a determined direction at the moment of falling asleep, will follow the line on which it is directed, and it may bring to consciousness the results of its activities. Some may achieve such results very quickly, while others may require more time. Silent and continuous effort will enhance the faculty. Thus, by virtue of the law of the mind's attraction, since the mind is always active, we attract to ourselves, even while we sleep, influences from realms akin to those we evolve in through our thoughts before falling asleep. In this way, we can connect with any type of influence we choose, and consequently, gain much during the sleep process. In many ways, inner faculties are more open and receptive while we sleep than when we are awake. Hence, there is a need for even greater care regarding the nature of the thoughts occupying the mind as we enter sleep, for only what we attract through our own thought order can come to us. Everything is in our hands. For this same reason, namely the higher degree of receptivity during this period, we are able, through understanding and use of the law, to obtain value more easily in this way than when the physical senses are fully open to the material world around us. Many will find valuable a practice of the following nature. When desiring light or information on a particular line, light or information that you feel is right and wise to obtain, such as light regarding an uncertain choice to make, then at the moment of retiring, first bring your mind to a state of peace and goodwill toward all. In this way, you place yourself in a harmonious condition, and in turn attract these same conditions of peace from the outside. Then, resting in this feeling of peace, quietly and serenely send forth your fervent desire to obtain the necessary light or information. Expel from your mind all fears or apprehensions of not receiving it, for in tranquility and confidence will lie your strength. Adopt an expectant mental attitude, firmly believing and waiting that, when you wake up, the desired results will be with you. So, upon waking, before any thought or activity from the external world absorbs your attention, remain a moment receptive to the intuitions or impressions that arise. When they manifest with clarity, act on them without delay. To the extent that you do this, the power to do so will become increasingly effective. If, for altruistic reasons, you wish to develop your faculties or improve the health and strength of your body, adopt a corresponding mental attitude, the form of which will be easily suggested based on your particular needs or desires. Thus, you will open yourself up and connect with the particular order of forces within you that will produce these results. Do not be afraid to express your desires. In doing so, you will set in motion vibrational forces that will manifest and show their significance somewhere, and by activating or joining other forces, they will begin to fulfill your desires. Nothing good will be denied to those who live in harmony with the higher laws and forces. No desire will go unmet for those who know and wisely use the powers they possess. Your sleep will be more calm, peaceful, and refreshing, and your mental, physical, and spiritual power will increase. All this simply by sending thoughts of love, goodwill, peace, and harmony for all while you fall asleep. In this way, you connect with all the forces of the universe that promote peace and harmony. A friend known worldwide for his work in the field of humanity told me that, often in the middle of the night, he suddenly wakes up and an idea, like a flash of inspiration, comes to his mind concerning his work. When he quietly goes back to bed and opens himself to it, the methods for successfully accomplishing it are clearly revealed to him. Thus, many plans that would otherwise never have been conceived, and which seem wonderful to the rest of the world, are initiated and successfully carried out. In general, he is a man with a sensitive constitution, whose life is in complete harmony with the higher laws and who is wholly and unreservedly devoted to his work. He does not know exactly how or from what source these inspirations come. Probably no one knows, although everyone has their theory. But what we know is that those who live in harmony with the higher laws and open themselves to them receive the necessary ideas, and that is all we need to know. Visions and inspirations of the highest level will come to the extent that we create the appropriate conditions for them. Someone has studied the subject deeply and said that receiving spiritual education while the body rests in sleep is perfectly normal and orderly, and this would definitely and satisfactorily occur in each of our lives if we paid attention to our needs. Our thoughts transform us into what we are here and in the hereafter. Our thoughts are often more active at night than during the day, for while we sleep for the external world, we may be very awake for the inner world. The invisible world is a substantial place whose conditions are entirely regulated by mental and moral accomplishments. When we do not receive information through external avenues of sensation, we receive instructions through the inner channels of perception. When this fact is properly understood, it will become a universal custom for people to carry with them, while they sleep, the particular subject on which they most ardently desire specific instructions. The Pharaoh type dreams just like his butler and baker, but the Joseph type, the true seer, dreams and interprets. But why did Pharaoh not have the power of his dreams? Why was Joseph the true seer? Why did he not only dream, but also have the power to interpret his own dreams and those of others? One only needs to read the lives of both to see that living the life truly matters, and to the extent that one lives life, one attains the greatest power and joy for oneself while becoming a growing service to all. It is not necessary to remain in hell longer than one chooses to, and the moment one decides to leave, none of the powers of the universe can prevent one from departing. One can rise to any heaven one chooses, and when someone chooses to ascend in this way, all the higher powers of the universe combine to help them reach heaven. When one wakes from sleep and returns to conscious life, one is in a particularly receptive and impressionable state. All relations with the material world are closed for a time, and the mind is in a freer and more natural state, like a sensitive plate, where impressions can easily leave their mark. That is why often the highest and truest impressions come to us in the early morning hours, before the day's activities and their accompanying distractions have exerted their influence. This is one of the reasons why many people can accomplish their best work in the early hours of the day. The mind is then like a blank sheet of paper. We can use this receptive and impressionable moment very wisely by directing the activities of the mind toward the highest and most desirable paths, thus setting the tone for the day. Each morning is a new beginning. We are, so to speak, beginning life anew. We hold it entirely in our hands, and when morning arrives with its new beginning, all the past days should be days gone by with which we have nothing to do. It is enough to know that how we lived our yesterday has determined our today. Similarly, when morning arrives with its new beginning, every morning should be a morning with which we have nothing to do. It is enough to know that how we live our today determines our tomorrow. Each day is a new beginning. Each morning is the world remade. You who are tired of pain and sin, here is a magnificent hope for you, for me, and for all. All past things are past and done. The tasks are accomplished and the tears have been shed. The mistakes of yesterday, the wounds that hurt and bled, are healed by the healing that night has brought. Let them go, for we cannot relieve, annul, or atone for them. God in His mercy receives and forgives them. Only new days are ours. Today is ours and only today. Here are the heavens all polished. Here is the worn earth being reborn. Here are the tired limbs slightly rising to face the sun and share with the morning the balm of dew and the freshness of dawn. Each day is a new beginning. Listen, my soul, to the joyous refrain, and despite old pains and sins, announced puzzles and possible sorrows, rejoice with the day and start anew. Simply, the first hour of this new day, with all its wealth and glory, with all its sublime and decisive possibilities for eternity, and every subsequent hour as it comes, but not before it arrives. This is the secret of building character, This simple process will lead anyone to the realization of the highest life one can conceive, and there is nothing in this sense that can be conceived and not realized in some way, at some point somewhere. It makes life accessible to all, for there is no one who, if they truly desire, cannot live at the highest for even a single hour. And even if that is the case, if one sincerely commits, then by the law of similarity, one can come a little closer the next hour, and even more so the hour after, and so on, until one day it becomes natural, and any other effort seems superfluous. Thus, one falls in love with and aligns with the highest and most refined in the universe. And therefore the highest and best of the universe falls in love with and aligns with us, helping us at all times, to the point of literally moving all things in their own way, as they have always done. The realization of perfect peace is the spirit of infinite peace, and the moment we come into harmony with it, a wave of peace comes to us. Peace is harmony. A deep inner sense lies behind the great truth. Having a spiritual mentality is life and peace. Recognizing the fact that we are spirit and living in this thought is to have a spiritual mentality, and thus be in harmony and peace. The thousands of men around us, tired of worries, agitated, running everywhere to find peace, exhausted in body, soul, and spirit, traveling to other countries, roaming the world without finding it, have not found it, and will not find it in this way, for they seek it where it is not. They seek it outside when they should seek it within. Peace is found only within, and unless found there, it will never be found at all. Peace is not in the external world. It is in the soul itself. We can take many different paths in its search. We can seek it through desires and bodily passions, through all external channels, pursuing it here and there, but it will always remain out of reach because we seek it where it is not. However, to the extent that we order bodily desires and passions according to the impulses of the inner soul, higher forms of happiness and peace will enter our lives. But to the extent that we fail to do so, disease, suffering, and discontent will enter. Being one with God is being at peace. Childlike simplicity is the greatest agent for attracting this full and complete realization. Childlike simplicity reveals the true relations with the life of the Father. There are people I know who have reached such a conscious realization of their unity with this infinite life, this spirit of infinite peace, that their lives overflow with joy. At the moment, I particularly have in mind a relatively young man who was disabled for several years, whose health was completely impaired by nervous exhaustion. A man who thought there was nothing in life worth living for whom everything and everyone seemed dark, and who, in turn, appeared dark to everyone he came into contact with. Recently, he has reached such a vivid understanding of his unity with this infinite power and has opened himself to its influence that today he enjoys perfect health. And often, when I meet him, he cannot resist the urge to exclaim, "Oh, it is a great joy to be alive." I know an officer in our police force who told me that often, when he is off duty returning home in the evening, he receives a vivid and vital realization of his unity with this infinite power, and this spirit of infinite peace takes hold of him and fills him in such a way that his feet seem barely able to stay on the ground, as he becomes so prosperous and joyful due to this wave of prosperity. He who attains this higher realization is never afraid, for he always has with him a sense of protection, as his own realization of it makes his protection certain. It is true that no weapon forged against you will prosper. No harm will come near your dwelling. You will be in alliance with the stones of the field, and the beasts of the field will be at peace with you. These are the men who seem to lead enchanted lives. As soon as we fear something, we open the door to the entry of what we fear. An animal will never harm a person who has no fear of it. As soon as one fears, one opens the door to danger. Some animals, like dogs, can instantly detect the element of fear, which gives them the courage to do harm. To the extent that we attain the full realization of our unity with this infinite power, we become calm and quiet, no longer disturbed by the small events that previously irritated and troubled us. We are no longer disappointed by people because we always read them correctly. We have the power to penetrate their souls and see the underlying motives at play. The other day, a gentleman approached a friend and with great displays of cordiality took his hand, saying, "Well, sir, I am very happy to see you." As quick as lightning, my friend read him and, looking him straight in the eye, replied, "You are mistaken. You are not happy to see me, but rather very disturbed to the point that you are now blushing to prove it." The gentleman retorted, "Well, you know, in these times of conventions and forms, we must put on a good face and sometimes pretend to feel what we do not actually feel." My friend looked him squarely in the face and said, "Once again, you are mistaken. Let me give you a little advice. You will always fare better and think much more of yourself if you acknowledge and tell the truth rather than indulging in any semblance of truth. As soon as we become capable of reading people well, we will cease to be disappointed by them. We will stop placing them on pedestals, for this can never be done without concomitant disappointment. The fall will inevitably come sooner or later. Moreover, we are often unjust with our friends. When we come into harmony with this spirit of peace, bad news and ill treatment, whether from friends or enemies, will no longer disturb us. When we are aware that in our life and work we remain true to this eternal principle of right, truth, and justice that pervades the universe, that unites and governs all, and that always prevails, none of these things will be able to affect us. No matter what happens, we will always remain calm and unshaken. The things that cause sadness, pain, and sorrow will no longer invade us as they do now, for true wisdom will allow us to see the appropriate place and understand the correct relationships of all things. The loss of friends through the transition we call death will not cause pain to the soul that has attained this higher realization, for it knows that death does not exist. It knows that each person is not only a participant, but an eternal participant in this infinite life. It knows that the mere fall of the physical body does not affect the true life of the soul. With a calm mind born of higher faith, it can understand this itself, and to those who are less strong it can say, "Dear friends, be wise and wipe away every tear immediately. What you left in the coffin is not worth a single tear. It is a mere shell, a shell from which the pearl has departed. The shell was nothing, leave it there. The pearl, the soul, was everything and is here." Regarding the element of separation, understand that for the spirit there are no limits, and that spiritual communion, whether between two people in the body or between a person in the body and another out of the body, is within reach for everyone, to the extent that higher spiritual life is realized. There can be this higher spiritual communion. The things we open ourselves to always come to us. People in ancient times expected to see angels and did see them, but there is no more reason for them to have seen them than there is for us to see them now. The great laws that govern all things are the same today as they were in the past. If angels do not come to serve us, it is because we do not invite them. It is because we keep the door closed through which they might enter. To the extent that we fill ourselves with this spirit of peace, we open ourselves to its influx, it flows through us, and we carry it wherever we go. To the extent that we open ourselves this way, we become magnets attracting peace from all sources, and to the extent that we attract and embody it within ourselves, we are able to pass it on to others. As a result, we can become such perfect embodiments of peace that wherever we go, we spread blessings. A day or two ago, I saw a woman take the hand of a man whose face showed the resident God, saying, "Oh, it does me so much good to see you. I've been anxious and almost desperate these past hours, but just seeing you has completely lifted the weight off me." There are people around us who continuously give blessings and comfort, people whose mere presence seems to transform sadness into joy, fear into courage, despair into hope, and weakness into power. He who has attained the realization of his true self is the one who carries this power with him and radiates it wherever he goes. He who, as they say, has found his center, and in the whole vast universe there is only one center, the infinite power that works in and through everything. He who has found his center is the one who has understood his unity with this infinite power, who recognizes himself as a spiritual being, for God is spirit. Such is the man of power, centered in the infinite, who has connected, so to speak, with the great center of power of the universe to which he is attached. He constantly draws power to himself from all sources, for thus, centered, knowing himself, aware of his own power, the thoughts that come from his mind are thoughts of strength. By the law of attraction of like, through his thoughts, he continuously attracts help from all those whose thoughts are thoughts of strength. Thus, he aligns with this order of thought in the universe, and thus to those who have, more will be given. This is simply the operation of a natural law. His strong, Positive and thus constructive thought continuously works for success on all lines, continually bringing help from all directions. The things he sees, which he creates ideally, are continuously imbued with this strong constructive thought, taking form and manifesting in matter. The silent and invisible forces act, and sooner or later will manifest in the visible. Fear and all thoughts of failure are never suggested to such a man, and if they are immediately rejected from his mind. Thus, he is not influenced by this external order of thought, as he does not attract it to himself. He's in a different current of thought. As a result, weakening thoughts of failure from the fearful, hesitant, and pessimistic have no influence. Those who are negative and fearful not only have their energies and physical agents weakened, even paralyzed by the influence of such thoughts born within them, but they also connect with this order of thought in the surrounding world, and to the extent that they do, they become victims of the weak, fearful, and negative spirits around them. Instead of growing in power, they increase in weakness. They find themselves in the same order of thought as those to whom it is true that what they have will be taken away. This is simply the operation of a natural law, just as its opposite is. Fearing the loss of even what I have, I hide it in a napkin, because I must only pay the price of my fear of losing it. Thoughts of strength actualize strength from within and attract it from outside. Thoughts of weakness actualize weakness from within and attract it from outside. Courage engenders strength. Fear engenders weakness, and thus courage engenders success, while fear engenders failure. It is the man of faith, and thus courage, who dominates circumstances and makes his power felt in the world. It is the man who lacks faith and, consequently, is weakened and paralyzed by fears and forebodings, the one who is a creature of all passing events. Within each person is the cause of what happens to them. Each person has the power to determine what comes to them. Everything that exists in the visible and material world has its origin in the invisible spiritual world, the world of thought. It is the world of cause, while the former is the world of effect. The nature of the effect always conforms to the nature of the cause. What one experiences in their invisible world of thought continuously materializes in their visible and material world. If one wishes to have a different condition in the latter, one must first make the necessary change in the former. A clear understanding of this great fact would bring success to thousands of men who are now in the depths of despair, bring abundant health, vigor, and strength to thousands of people who are currently sick and suffering, and bring peace and joy to thousands of people who are currently unhappy and uncomfortable. Oh, how many people around us live continuously in the bondage of fear. The inner spirits that should be strong and powerful become weak and powerless. Their energies and efforts are paralyzed. Fear is everywhere. Fear of need, fear of hunger, fear of public opinion, fear of private opinion, fear that what we have today will no longer be ours tomorrow, fear of illness, fear of death. Fear has become a fixed habit for millions of people. Thought is omnipresent, living in constant fear, continuous contraction, relentless fear of everything, whether it is losing love, losing money, losing position or situation, is the quickest way to lose what one fears losing. With the same fear, nothing is gained. On the contrary, everything is lost. I know that this is true, it is said, but I am subject to fear. It is natural for me, and I cannot avoid it. By saying this, you indicate a major reason for your fear by showing that you do not even know yourself yet. You must know yourself to be able to understand your powers, and it is only when you know them that you can use them wisely and fully. Do not say that you cannot avoid it. If you believe that you cannot, it is very likely that you will not be able to. If you think that you can and act accordingly, then not only will you have a chance to succeed, but you will also be acting entirely in accord with that belief and will make it an absolute certainty. It was Virgil who, upon discovering the crew, said, "They can because they believe they can." In other words, this same mental attitude on their part will instill it into your consciousness. Take care of it, cultivate it, and gradually it will expand and gather strength from all sides. It will concentrate and make positive and active the spiritual force within you that is now scattered and of little use. It will attract external strength, drawing to its aid the influence of other spirits of its own nature, spirits that are fearless, strong, and courageous. Thus, You will attract to yourself and connect with this order of thought if you are sincere and faithful. There will soon come a time when all fear will lose its control. Instead of being an incarnation of weakness and a creature of circumstances, you will find yourself as a tower of strength and a master of circumstances. We need more faith in daily life, faith in the power that works for good, faith in the infinite God, and thus faith in ourselves, created in His image. And despite sometimes unfavorable appearances, despite apparent darkness, the knowledge that the supreme power watches over us, as it watches over the suns and endless systems of worlds in space, will give us supreme faith that all is well with us, just as all is well with the world. You will keep in perfect peace the one whose mind is stayed on you. There is nothing more steadfast and sure than divinity. Thus, by recognizing that it is in our hands to open ourselves more and more to this infinite power and to call upon it to manifest in us and through us, we will find a growing sense of power, for thus we work in harmony with it, and it works in harmony with us. We are then led to the full realization that all things work together for the good of those who love the good. Then the fears and forebodings that have dominated us in the past will transmute into faith, and faith, when understood and used correctly, is a force before which nothing can resist. Materialism naturally leads to pessimism, and how could it be otherwise? Knowledge of the spiritual power that works in and through us, as well as in and through all things, a power that works for justice, leads to optimism. Pessimism leads to weakness. Optimism leads to power. The one who is centered in divinity is the one who not only overcomes all storms, but who, through faith and the conscious power that results from it, faces the storm with the same calm and serenity with which they face fair weather. For they know in advance what the outcome will be. They know that beneath them are the eternal arms. The one who realizes the truth of the commandment, "Rest in the Lord, wait for Him patiently. He will give you the desire of your heart," is the one who knows this truth. Everything will be given, simply given to the one who is ready to accept it. Is there anything clearer than this? Therefore, to the extent that we work in harmony with the supreme power, we must be less concerned about living in full understanding of this fact and all that accompanies it. This attracts peace, a full, rich, and lasting peace, a peace that makes the present complete and, as it continues, gives us the certainty that, just as our days, so too will be our strength. The one who is thus centered, even in the face of worry and agitation surrounding them, can realize and say, "I remain in my tranquility. I make myself awaited. What use is this anxious haste? I dwell amidst the eternal paths, and what is mine will recognize my face, whether I am asleep or awake, by night or by day. The friends I seek me. No wind can veer my boat or change the tide of destiny. The waters know the streams and carve the valleys that spring up high. Thus good flows with the same law toward the soul of pure delight. The stars come each night into the sky. Neither the tide at sea, nor time, nor space, nor depth, nor height can keep my own from me. By reaching the fullness of power, it is the spirit of infinite power, and to the extent that we open ourselves to it, power manifests in us. With God, all things are possible. That is, in conjunction with God, all things are possible. The true secret of power lies in maintaining the connection with the God who works all things. To the extent that we maintain this connection, we are capable of literally rising above any conceivable limitation. So why waste time running here and there to acquire power? Why waste time with one practice or another? Why not go directly to the top of the mountain instead of wandering through the paths in the valleys and slopes of the mountains? Man has absolute power, as taught in all creatures of the world. This is not true for the physical man, but for the spiritual man, on whom, from a physical standpoint, he would have no power. But he can achieve supremacy even over these aspects by calling upon the higher mental, psychic, and spiritual forces he possesses. Everything that cannot be done on the physical plane can be accomplished on the spiritual plane, and to the direct extent that a man recognizes himself as spirit and lives in accord with this, he is able to transcend in power the man who recognizes himself only as material. All the sacred literature of the world is full of examples of what we call miracles. They are not limited to a particular time or place. There is no era of miracles distinct from any other period, for every period can be an era of miracles. Everything that has been achieved in the history of the world can be achieved again by applying the same laws and forces. These miracles were not accomplished by those who were more than men, but by those who, through recognizing their unity with God, became God-men, thus allowing higher forces and powers to act through them. So let us ask, what is a miracle? It is something supernatural, only in the sense of being above the natural, or rather above what is natural for man in his ordinary state. A miracle is nothing more or less than the one who has reached the full realization of their true identity, of their unity with the wisdom and power that pervade all. This allows the revelation of higher laws than those known to ordinary minds. People see results in terms of their own limitations and call them miracles, also referring to the person performing these apparently supernatural works as a supernatural being. In reality, they themselves, as supernatural beings, could accomplish these supernatural works if they opened themselves to the recognition of the same laws, and consequently to the realization of the same possibilities and powers. And let us also remember that the supernatural of yesterday becomes the common and natural of today, just as in the process of evolution we move from the inferior to the superior, from the more material to the more spiritual, and what seems supernatural today becomes naturally so tomorrow. Thus, through the ages, man as a god accomplishes what seems supernatural. The man who, through the realization of his higher powers, transcends the majority and stands out among them. But every power possible for one human soul is also possible for another. The same laws operate in all lives. We can be men of power or men of weakness. As soon as one vitalizes the fact that one can rise, one will rise, and will have no other limitations than those one imposes on oneself. Cream always rises to the surface simply because it is the nature of cream to rise. There is much talk about the environment. We must realize that we should never let the environment shape the man, but rather the man must always and can always condition the environment. When we understand this, we recognize that it is often not necessary to withdraw from a particular environment, as we may still have work to do there. But by the very force we carry within us, we can influence and change things in such a way that we create a new set of conditions in an old environment. The same applies to hereditary traits and influences. Sometimes we hear the question, can they be overcome? Only one who does not know themselves can ask such a question. If we entertain ourselves and live in the belief that they cannot be overcome, it is likely that they will always remain so. However, as soon as we reach an understanding of our true being and therefore of the enormous powers within us, powers and forces of the spirit and soul, hereditary traits and influences that are inherently detrimental will begin to diminish and disappear at a rate directly proportional to the fullness of that realization. There is nothing we cannot overcome. Do not say that your malevolent instinct is hereditary, or that an innate trait renders your entire life depreciable and deserving of unwarranted punishment. Behind your parents is the great eternal will, which is also your powerful, magnificent, and divine inheritance, a lever of success for those who strive. There is no noble height you cannot climb. All triumphs can be yours in the future of time. Yes, no matter what your fault, do not weaken or stop. Rely on the staff of God's security. The earth has no right that the soul cannot contest. Know yourself as part of the eternal source. Nothing can resist the power of your spirit. The divine heritage of the soul is the best. Again, many live below their possibilities because they continuously surrender their individuality to others. Do you want to be a force in the world? Then be yourself. Do not classify yourself, and do not allow yourself to be classified among second-hand people, among those who say, be true to what is highest in your soul, and thus do not allow yourself to be governed by customs, conventions, or arbitrary human rules not based on principles. Things based on principles will be observed by the man of correct thought, the man of a just heart. In any case, do not give your individuality, which is your greatest agent of power, to the customs and conventions that have arisen from the great mass of those who do not have enough strength to preserve their individuality, those who, in other words, have given it as an ingredient to the mush of concessions that one of our greatest writers has said characterize our modern society. By thus surrendering your individuality, you only contribute to increasing undesirable conditions, and in return become a slave, and it is likely that over time you may not even maintain the respect of those you attempt to satisfy. If you retain your individuality, you become a master, and if you are wise and discreet, your influence and power will help achieve a higher, better, and healthier set of conditions in the world. Moreover, everyone will regard and honor you more for acting this way than if you displayed your weakness by contributing to the same field of concessions from which so many escape. With all classes of people, you will then have influence. A great style of man also attracts all classes, all extremes of society, to the point that it is said that even dogs believe in him. Being yourself is the only worthy and absolutely satisfying thing you can be. It can never be good policy to conform sometimes to your environment. What is the right policy? To be yourself, first, always, and forever. Above all, be sincere with yourself, and you must follow this truth as night follows day. You cannot, therefore, be false with any man. When we appeal to the Supreme and our life is governed by a principle, we are not governed by the fear of public opinion or the loss of others' approval, and we can be certain that the Supreme will support us if we try, in one way or another, to live to please others. We will never satisfy them. The more we try, the more unreasonable and demanding they become. The government of your life is a matter that remains entirely between God and yourself, and when your life is influenced by another source, you are on the wrong path. When we find the inner kingdom and focus on the infinite, we then become a law unto ourselves. When we become a law unto ourselves, we are able to guide others to a knowledge of higher laws, by which they govern themselves or often become enslaved. When we have found this center, then enters our lives the beautiful simplicity that is both the charm and the power of a truly great personality. Then, all effort for effect, that certain sign of weakness and lack of true power, is absent. This quest for effect, so common, is always an indicator of a lack of something. Remember the man who rides a horse with a mule's tail, aware that he does not have within himself what it takes to attract attention. Like other weak individuals, he adopts the crude method of having his horse's tail cut off, so that its unnatural and strange appearance draws the attention that he himself is incapable of eliciting. But he who seeks effect always deceives himself more than he deceives others. The man of true wisdom and effectiveness can always see the underlying causes of the actions of everyone with whom he comes into contact. The person who is what he is by nature and who never seeks to remind others of himself is great. Truly awakened individuals to the real inner powers are those who seem to do so little but, in reality, do a great deal. They seem to do so little because they work with higher agencies, and yet they accomplish much because of this very fact. They maintain their connection with the infinite power so completely that this power does the work for them and frees them from responsibility. They are carefree because it is the infinite power that acts through them, and they simply cooperate with this infinite power. The secret of the highest power is simply the union of the external organs of expression with the power that works from within. If you are a painter, then to the extent that you open yourself to the power of inner forces, you will become great rather than mediocre. You will never achieve higher inspirations permanently other than those that come through your own soul. For higher inspirations to come through it, you must open your soul. You must open it fully to the supreme source of all inspiration. If you are a speaker, to the extent that you harmonize and work in concert with the higher powers that will speak through you, you will possess the true power to shape and move people. If you only use your physical agents, you will merely be a demagogue. If you dare to let the voice of God speak through your physical agents and use them, you will become a great and true speaker, as great and true as you open yourself to be. If you are a singer, then open yourself and let the inner God come forth in the spirit of the song. You will find it 1,000 times easier than all your long and meticulous practice without it, and under equal conditions, a power of song so enchanting will come to you that its influence on all who listen will be irresistible. When my cabin or tent has been set up during the summer on the edge or in the middle of a forest, sometimes I have stayed awake in my bed at dawn, just as the day begins to break. At first, the silence, then an intermittent chirping here and there, and as the hues of dawn became barely perceptible, they grew more and more frequent, until the whole forest seemed to burst into a grand chorus of wonderful songs. It seemed that the trees themselves, every blade of grass, the bushes, the sky above, and the earth below were all participating in this marvelous symphony. As I listened, I thought, what a lesson in singing! If we could learn from the birds, If we could open ourselves to the same powers and let them flow through us, what singers and what moving people could we become? Do you know the circumstances in which Mr. Sankey first sang 90 and 9? Said one of our skilled reporters at a recent meeting, Mr. Ira D. Sankey, before singing 90 and 9, which is, among all his compositions, the one that brought him the most fame, recounted its story. While travelling from Glasgow to Edinburgh with Mr. Moody, he stopped at a newsstand and bought a religious newspaper for a cent. While travelling by train, his eyes fell on a few lines of verses in the corner of the page. Turning to Mr. Moody, he said, "I've found my hymn." But Mr. Moody was busy and did not hear a word. Mr. Sankey did not have time to create a melody for these verses, so he pasted them into his music scrapbook. One day there was an exceptionally impressive meeting in Edinburgh, where Dr. Bonar had spoken with great effect about the Good Shepherd. At the end of the speech, Mr. Moody asked his companion to sing. He first thought of singing Psalm 23, which he had sung many times. His second thought was to sing the verses he had found in the newspaper, but the third thought was how to do it without a melody. Then came a fourth thought: sing the verses anyway. He placed the verses in front of him, played the organ keys, opened his mouth, and sang without knowing where it would lead him. He finished the first verse in profound silence, took a deep breath, and wondered if he could sing the second one in the same manner. He tried and succeeded. Then it was easy to sing. When the hymn ended, the entire meeting was moved, and the crowd was weeping. Mr. Sankey said it was the most intense moment of his life. Mr. Moody said he had never heard a song like that. It was sung in all meetings and soon travelled around the world. When we open ourselves to the highest inspirations, they never fail us. When we do not, we fail to achieve the highest results, no matter the endeavour. If you are a writer, then remember that the great precept in any successful literary work is to look into your own heart and write. Be sincere, do not be afraid, be true to the impulses of your own soul. Remember that an author can write no more than he is himself. If you want to write more, then be more. It is simply one's own secretaries who feed the pen, and in a sense they rewrite themselves. Men cannot put into books more than they are themselves. If it is a person of great personality, strong in their resolutions, deep in their feelings, always open to the highest inspirations, something indefinable manifests in their pages, giving them a vital and living force, a force so great that each reader receives the same inspirations that spoke through the author. What is written between the lines is often far more than what is written on the lines. It is the author's spirit that generates this power. It is what adds an extra 25 or 30% that moves a book from the so-called average category to the so-called superior category. This additional percentage is what turns it into one of the 100 books that experience genuine success, while the other 99 never go beyond their first edition. It is this same spiritual power that the author of great personality imparts to his work that causes it to spread so rapidly from reader to reader, as a book's dissemination primarily occurs through personal recommendation. Any book that reaches significant circulation is often the one that a single reader, recognizing its value for themselves, buys in multiple copies to give to others. A good poem, says Emerson, travels the world by presenting itself to reasonable men who read it with joy and pass it on to their reasonable neighbors. Thus, it reaches wise and generous souls, confirming their secret thoughts, and through its sympathy it is genuinely published. It is the type of author who does not write with the idea that what he writes will become literature, but who writes with the sole thought of touching people's hearts, offering them something of vital value, something that will enrich, beautify, and soften their lives, leading them to discover the higher life and with it, the higher powers and joys. However, it almost always happens that if one succeeds in touching people in this way, the literary aspect takes care of itself, and often much better than if one had directly sought to achieve it. On the other hand, one who fears deviating from established paths, who allows themselves to be constrained by arbitrary rules, limits their own creative faculties to the extent that they allow themselves to be constrained. My book, says one of the greatest modern authors, will smell of pine and resonate with the buzzing of insects. The swallow above my window also weaves into my web this thread or straw it carries in its beak, much better than this rule that a lesser man gets by studying the works of a few daring great writers like you and formulating from that a manual of rhetoric. Men who study to do exactly what someone has done before them can never understand that each day is a new day. When Shakespeare is accused of being indebted to his predecessors, Landor replies, "He was more original than the originals. He breathed new life into dead bodies." It is the type of man who does not move in the way of the world, but makes the world move in his way. I prefer to be a secretary to the infinite God, as it is literally my privilege, rather than a slave to the rules set by any rhetorician or the opinions of any critic. Oh, the genteel, again and again. Let me offer you something that will lighten the daily struggles of our common life, something that will add a bit of sweetness here, a bit of hope there, something that will make this man more thoughtful, kind and gentle, and this timid and withdrawn woman, something that will awaken the dormant powers of this small woman, powers that, when awakened, become irresistible in their influence and even surprise those who possess them. Let me offer something that will lead each person to the knowledge of the divinity of every human soul, something that will lead each person to the conscious realization of their own divinity, with all the accompanying riches, glories, and powers. If it is a fault, then in these circumstances, it is like the crackling of a few dead branches on the ground compared to the unmatched music that the gentle spring wind blows through the great pine woods. If you are a minister or religious leader of any kind, then to the extent that you free yourself from the man-made theological dogmas that have held and still hold so many people back, and to the extent that you open yourself to the divine breath, you will be someone who speaks with authority. To the extent that you do this, you will study the prophets less and be on the path to becoming a prophet yourself. The path is open to you just as it was for anyone. If upon entering the world you came from an English-speaking family, then it is highly likely that you are a Christian. To be Christian means to be a follower of the teachings of Jesus Christ, to live in harmony with the same laws with which he lived in harmony. In short, to live his life. The central fact of his teaching was this conscious union of man with the Father. It was the complete realization of this unity with the Father that made Jesus Christ what he was, and it is through this that he achieved the power he had. He spoke as no man has ever spoken, claiming nothing for himself that he did not claim equally for all humanity. The powerful works performed by Jesus were not exceptional, but the natural and necessary consequences of his state. He declared that they conformed to an unchangeable order, speaking of them not as unique actions, but as the result of a state to which all could attain if they desired. As a teacher and demonstrator of the truth, according to his own confession, he did nothing with the purpose of proving his solitary divinity. The life and triumph of Jesus formed an epoch in the history of the race. His coming and victory marked a new era in human affairs, introducing a new ideal, a more complete ideal on earth. When his three closest companions saw to some extent what the new life actually meant, they fell to the ground, dumbfounded with astonishment and admiration. By achieving this complete realization of his unity with the Father, by absolutely dominating all the circumstances that came to him during his life, even to the death of the body, and showing us the great laws that are the same for us as for him, he gave us an ideal of life, an ideal that we can achieve here and now, which we could not have without him. One first conquers oneself, and then one can conquer others. In doing so, one conquers oneself and is able to teach others. Thus is the union between the Father and the Son, and this great law is the one that has saved the world. Do not confuse his person with his life and teachings, for this is a mistake that disciples have repeatedly made regarding almost all great masters. If you find yourself among those who preach a dead Christ, then for the sake of humanity, of Christ and of God, and I say this with the utmost reverence, stop wasting people's time, and no longer waste your own time giving them stones instead of bread. It is a dead form for the Spirit of truth. Live in your own words, let the dead bury their dead. Come out from among them, and teach as Jesus Christ did. Long live the inner Christ. Find in it all its beauty and transcendent power. Find it as Jesus found it, and then you too will be someone who speaks with authority and will be able to guide many people towards this discovery. It is the pearl of great price. It is the kind of preacher whose soul has not yet perceived the vital spirit of Jesus' teaching, and who, therefore, instead of giving it to people, offers them old forms, dogmas and speculations, things that empty our churches. It is the type whose main efforts seem to consist of preparing people for death. The Germans have a saying, "Never attend to the second before you have dealt with the first." We first need people who teach us to live. Living invariably precedes dying. It is also true that when we know how to live and live according to what we know, then death, as we call it, will resolve itself in a wonderfully beautiful way. In fact, that is the only way it can be managed. It is because of this decline in our churches that people are growing tired of mere shells. That is why many short-sighted individuals often say that religion is dying out. Religion is dying out. How can something die before it has truly lived? As for people, religion is being born, or rather awakening to a living and daily religion. We are beginning to go beyond the mere letter to reach its real and vital spirit. Religion may be dying out, but religion is as much a part of the human soul as the human soul is a part of God. As long as God and the human soul exist, religion will never die. Much of the dogma, form, ceremony, and mere letter that has been maintained as religion, and honestly, often, let us be fair to say, thanks to God, is rapidly disappearing, and never more rapidly than now. It is dying through two methods. First, there is a large class of people who are tired or even disgusted with everything they consciously prefer not to have. They simply discard it as a tree sheds its leaves when winter comes. Second, there is a class in which the divine breath is bubbling, which finds the inner Christ in all its incomparable beauty and redemptive power. And this new life pushes out the old in the same way that, in spring, the newly awakened life in the tree pushes out the old and dead leaves that clung during winter to make way for the new. The way in which this old religion of dead leaves is being pushed out from all sides is indeed very interesting and inspiring to observe. Let the places of those who have emptied our churches by trying to give stones instead of bread, shells and straw instead of the life-giving grain be occupied, even if only occasionally, by those who are open and alive to these higher inspirations. And then let us return to question those who believe that religion is dying out. It is the living coal that ignites others, not the dead coal. Let their places be occupied by those who have caught the inspiration of the divine breath, and who, therefore, have a message of powerful value and importance for people, who, because of this very fact, are able to present it with such divine beauty and power that it captivates the soul. We will then find that the churches which today are scattered here and there with a few dozen people will be bursting at the seams, and there will not even be enough room for all those who wish to enter. Let the shell perish, so that the pearl may appear. We do not yet need new revelations. We simply need to find the vital spirit of those we already have. Then in due time, when we are ready for them, other new revelations will come. But not before. What the human soul throughout the world needs, says John, is not to be eloquently sermoned about the old and accepted religion, but to be imbued, enchanted, and captivated by a breath of God warmer and more powerful than anything it has ever felt. I would not be true to my personal experience if I did not testify that this divine breath is as exquisitely suited to the requirements of the nature of the soul as the June mornings are to the planet. No morning breath leaves the trees freer to rejoice and grow under its influence than the breath of God allows each human spirit to unfold according to its genius. Nothing stirs the central wheel of the soul like the breath of God. Everything in man is rekindled. His senses are new senses. His emotions are new emotions. His reason, affections, and imagination are all as if they were newly born. The change is greater than what he knows, and he marvels at the powers. It is within itself that the breath reveals and calls. One discovers that its nature is something ineffable. It is therefore certain that the future must bring inconceivable surprises. Here is the proof that I recommend to my readers of the existence of God and the eternal hope of humanity. Let the breath of God ignite a new spring in the soul, cause the deeply buried seeds to germinate, lead to the celestial summer, and then you will have as clear a proof of God from within as from the universe outside. Indeed, your inner experience of life and the unlimited hope of God will be closer to you and will prevail over your external and superficial experience of nature and the world. There is only one source of power in the universe. No matter what you are, painter, speaker, musician, writer, religious teacher, or other, you must understand that grasping and captivating the secret of power is to work in harmony with the infinite power so that it can work and manifest continuously through you. If you fail to do this, you fail in everything. If you fail to do this, your work, whatever it is, will be of third or fourth rate, sometimes even second, but it will certainly be impossible to reach the first rate. It will be absolutely impossible for you to become a master. The estimate you make of yourself will determine the effectiveness of your work in any field. As long as you live in the physical and intellectual, you impose limitations on yourself that hold you back. However, when you come to understand your unity with the infinite life and power and open yourself to let it work through you, you will find that you have entered a completely new phase of life and that a constantly growing power will be yours. Then it will be true that your strength will be that of 10, for your heart is pure. O God, I am one with you forever. For the glory of birth, celestial powers proclaim it to the ends of the earth. I think of this immortal birthright, and my being expands like a rose. Like a cloud of fragrant incense, around and above me flows a glorious song of rejoicing. In an intimate spirit, I listen, and it resonates like voices in a divine and clear choir, and I feel a power rising like the power of an embryonic God. Like a glorious wall, it surrounds me and lifts me from the ground. Abundance of all things, law of prosperity. It is the spirit of infinite abundance, the power that attracts, that is continuously creating all things in material form. One who lives in the realization of their unity with this infinite power becomes a magnet to attract a continuous supply of everything they desire. If one remains in the thought of poverty, one will be poor, and it is very likely that one will remain in poverty. If one maintains, regardless of current conditions, a continuous thought of prosperity, one sets in motion forces that sooner or later will lead to prosperous conditions. The law of attraction operates incessantly throughout the universe, and the only grand and immutable fact about it is, as we have discovered, that like attracts like. If we are in union with this infinite power, source of all things, then to the extent that we live the realization of this unity, to that degree, we activate within ourselves a power that will bring us an abundance of all desirable things. Thus, we come into possession of a power by which we can actualize at any time the conditions we desire. Just as all truth exists now and simply awaits our perception, so all things necessary for current needs exist now and simply await our power to claim them. God has all things in his hands. His constant word is, "My child, acknowledge me in all your ways." And to the extent that you do that, to the extent that you live that, then what is mine is yours. Jehovah Jireh, the Lord, will provide. He gives to all men generously and does not make them pay for it. He gives freely to all who adopt the right attitude to receive from him. He does not compel anyone to receive good things. The old idea, somewhat widespread, of piety and poverty has absolutely no basis for its existence, and the sooner we move away from it, the better. It was born in the same way as the idea of asceticism, when the prevailing idea was that there was necessarily a war between the flesh and the spirit. Therefore, it was born in the minds of those who had a distorted and one-sided view of life. True piety is, in a certain sense, the same as true wisdom. One who is truly wise and uses the forces and powers with which they are endowed, the great universe always opens its treasure to them. The offer is always equal to the demand when the demand is made correctly with wisdom. When one arrives at the realization of these higher laws, then the fear of lack ceases to tyrannize. You have emerged from one situation. If the fear of not obtaining another one overwhelms and dominates you, it is very likely that it will take a long time before you obtain another one, or that the one you obtain will be truly poor. Whatever the situation, you must realize that you have within you forces and powers that you can set in motion, and that will triumph over any apparent or temporary loss. Put these forces into action, and you will create a magnet that will attract a situation that may be far better than the one you lost. And soon you may even be grateful for having lost the previous one. Recognize within yourself and through yourself the same infinite power that creates and governs all things in the universe, the same infinite power that governs the endless systems of worlds in space. Send out your thought. Thought is a force and possesses a hidden power of unknown proportions when used correctly and directed with wisdom. Thus, the right situation or work will come at the right time and in the right manner, and you will recognize it when it arrives. Hold on to this thought. Never let its force diminish. Cling to it and continually reinforce it with firm expectation. In this way, you place an ad in the psychic and spiritual newspaper, a paper with no limited circulation, but which will open the way not only to the ends of the earth, but also to the universe itself. This is an ad that, if placed correctly by you, will be far more effective than any ad you could put in any printed paper, no matter what claims are made about what constitutes a great advertising medium. To the extent that you become aware of and live in harmony with higher laws and forces, you will be able to do so effectively. If you want to look in the want ads of newspapers, don't do it in an ordinary way. Activate the higher forces and place them on a higher basis. When you take the newspaper, adopt this mental attitude. If there is an ad here that it would be good to respond to when you reach it, I will recognize it. Affirm this. Believe it. Expect it. If you do this with full faith somehow, you will feel the intuition when you reach the right one, and that intuition will be nothing less than your own soul speaking to you. When this happens, act immediately. If you obtain the situation and it is not exactly what you want, if you feel that you are capable of finding something better, then, as you enter it, adopt the mental attitude that this situation is the springboard leading to another, even better one. Hold firmly to this thought. Believe it, expect it, and always be faithful, absolutely faithful to the situation you are currently in. If you are not faithful to it, it is likely that it will not be the springboard to something better. If you remain faithful to it, you will soon arrive at a moment of joy and gratitude for having lost the previous position. This is the law of prosperity. When apparent adversity occurs, do not be disheartened. Instead, make the best of the situation and always expect better things and more prosperous conditions. Maintaining this mental attitude is to implement subtle, silent, and irresistible forces that, sooner or later, will materialize what is today only an idea. But ideas have hidden power, and ideas, when planted and properly nurtured, are the seeds that actualize material conditions. Do not spend a single moment complaining. Instead, use the time you would otherwise spend looking ahead to realize the conditions you desire. Place yourself in a prosperous condition. Affirm that you will be in a prosperous condition. Affirm it calmly and serenely, but with strength and confidence. Believe it absolutely, expect it, and keep it continually nourished with anticipation. Thus, you become a magnet to attract the things you desire. Do not be afraid to suggest or affirm these things, for by doing so, you propose an ideal that will begin to take on material form. In this way, you are using some of the most subtle and powerful agents in the universe. If you particularly desire something you believe to be good and right for you, something that will expand your life or increase your usefulness to others, simply maintain the thought that in the right way and through appropriate means, it will come to you, or that the path to achieving what you desire will open for you. I know a young woman who not long ago wanted a lot of money for a good cause. She saw no reason why she shouldn't have it. She is a person who understood the power of inner forces. She adopted and maintained the mental attitude we have just described. In the morning, she entered the silence for a few moments. Thus, she put herself in complete harmony with the higher forces. Before the end of the day, she called a man, a member of a family she knew, and asked him if he wanted to do a job for her family. He was a bit surprised to be asked to do this type of work, but she thought, "Here is a call. I will respond and see where it leads." And she accepted the job. She did it well, and once the work was finished, she was given a sum of money far exceeding what she had expected. It seemed to her that it was an amount too large for the work she had done, and she protested. She was told, No, you have not done us a service that merits the amount we are offering you." The sum received was more than sufficient for the work she wanted to accomplish. This is one example among many of the wise and effective use of higher forces. It also carries a lesson. Do not remain idle waiting for things to fall into your lap, but set the higher forces in motion and then take what comes. Do what your hands find to do, and do it well. If this work does not fully satisfy you, then affirm, believe, and expect that it is the agency that will lead you to something better. The foundation for attracting the best of what the world can offer you is first to surround yourself with, possess, and live these things in your mind, or what is falsely called imagination. All so-called nations are realities and forces of the invisible element. Live in your mind as in a palace, and gradually the palatial environment will gravitate towards you. But living this way is not about sighing, desiring, or lamenting over your desires. It is when you are down in the world, seeing yourself calmly and persistently as if you were up, that you must view the difficult situation as a sure passage to a better one. It is not about envying and grumbling about those in better circumstances. Such grumbling is merely capital drawn from the bank account of mental strength. A friend who understands the power of inner forces and whose life is guided by them in every detail gave the following advice. When you are in the bear's embrace, though it may squeeze you, face it and laugh, but always keep your eyes on the bull. If you allow all your attention to focus on the bear's work, the bull might completely disappear from your sight. In other words, if you give in to adversity, it is likely to dominate you. But if you recognize within yourself the powers to dominate conditions, then adversity will submit to you and transform into prosperity. When adversity arises, acknowledge it calmly and peacefully, and use the time you might have spent lamenting, fearing, and dreading to activate the powerful forces within you. Faith, absolute dogmatic faith, is the only law of true success. When we recognize that a person carries their success or failure with them and that it does not depend on external conditions, we come into possession of powers, and external conditions will quickly change into agencies that ensure success. When we reach this higher understanding and align our lives completely with higher laws, we will be able to focus and direct the awakened inner forces so that they go out and return laden with what they were sent for. Then we will be great enough to attract success, and it will not always be just a little further away. We will then establish within ourselves a center so strong that, instead of running back and forth for this or that, we can stay at home and attract the conditions we desire. If we establish and firmly maintain this center, things will seem to continuously come toward us. Most people in the modern world seek things that are practical and usable in daily life. The more we carefully examine the underlying laws of the great truths we consider, the more we find that they are not only eminently practical, but, in a certain sense, and in the deepest and truest sense, they are the only truly practical things that exist. There are people who constantly boast of being extremely practical, but often those who do not think this way are the most practical people the world knows. On the other hand, those who boast of their own practicality are often the least practical. They may be practical in some aspects, but when it comes to life itself, they are absurdly impractical. What can a man, for instance, gain materially from having won the whole world, but not having learned to know his own soul? There are multitudes of men around us who completely lack true life, people who have not even learned the basics of true life. They are slaves, abject slaves to their temporary material accumulations, men who, believing they own their wealth, are, on the contrary, completely possessed by it. They are men whose lives are comparatively barren in serving those around them and the world in general. They are men who, when they can no longer sustain their bodies, the agency through which they relate to the material world, will find themselves truly poor, unable to take even a fragment of their accumulations with them. They will enter the form of life naked and destitute. Beneficent actions, developed traits of character, realized soul powers, the true riches of inner life and development. These are the things that become our real and eternal possessions. They have not found a place in their lives. Consequently, in terms of the true things of life, they are impoverished, often much worse than the impoverished. We must not assume that habits, once formed, are easier to break in the next life than in this one. If one voluntarily cultivates a certain obsession here, we should not assume that the mere dropping of the body will make all conditions perfect. Everything is law. Everything is cause and effect. As we sow, so shall we reap. And this is not only in this life, but in all lives. One who is enslaved by mere desire for material possessions here will continue to be enslaved even when they can no longer retain their body. Moreover, they will not even have the means to satisfy their desires. Dominated by this habit, they will be incapable of directing their affections, even for a while, toward other things. Desire without the means to fulfill it will be doubly torturous for them. Perhaps this torture will increase when they see the accumulations they thought were theirs dissipate and waste away through the spending of savers. They leave their property, as we say, to others, but they have no say in its use. How absurd it is to think that any material possession is truly ours. For example, it is absurd for an individual to enclose a number of acres of God's earth and declare that they are theirs. Nothing is ours that we cannot retain. The things that come into our hands do not come with the intention of being possessed, as we say, and even less with the intention of being amassed. They come into our hands to be used wisely. We are merely stewards, and as stewards we must account for how we use what is entrusted to us. This is the great law of compensation that runs through all of life. It operates wonderfully precisely, even though we may not always fully understand it or even recognize it when it acts in connection with ourselves. One who has achieved the realization of the higher life no longer desires to accumulate vast riches, just as they do not desire any other excess. To the extent that they recognize themselves as rich within, external wealth becomes less important in their eyes. When one understands that there is an inner source from which one can draw power to attract and manifest sufficient supply for all one's needs at any time, one no longer burdens oneself with vast material accumulations that require constant care and attention, taking time and thought away from the true aspects of life. In other words, one must first find the kingdom and become aware of what has been found. All other things will then come in their proper measure. It is as easy for a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven as for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle, said the Master, who, having nothing, possessed everything. In other words, if a person dedicates all their time to accumulating and hoarding external material possessions far beyond what they can use, how much time do they have to discover that wonderful kingdom which, when found, brings everything else with it? What is preferable, to have millions while bearing the burden of maintaining them, which always involves the other, or to know such laws and forces that all needs will be met in time, knowing that no good thing will be withheld, and knowing that we have the power to ensure that the supply always equals the demand? One who enters the realm of this higher knowledge never worries about attracting the kind of folly that exerts such firm control over so many people in the world today. They avoid it, as they would any repugnant disease of the body. When we achieve the realization of higher powers, we can then pay attention to real life, instead of dedicating so much time to the accumulation of vast possessions that hinder rather than help it. The middle path provides a true solution here, as it does in all phases of life. Wealth beyond a certain amount cannot be used, and when it cannot be used, it becomes an obstacle rather than an aid, a curse rather than a blessing. Around us there are people whose lives are now atrophied and diminished, yet full of enduring joy. If they began to wisely use what they have spent most of their lives accumulating, the person who accumulates all their life and even leaves everything behind for charitable ends is far from the ideal life. They are merely a poor excuse for a life. It is not particularly commendable to give a pair of old, worn-out shoes that I will no longer wear to someone in need, but it is commendable, if one can say it is commendable, to give a good, solid pair of shoes to a man who, in a harsh universe, is practically barefoot. The man who strives to earn his living honestly and thereby support his family. And if by giving the shoes I also give myself, then he has a double gift, and I a double blessing. There is no wiser use for those who have great accumulations than to use them wisely in life and character daily, so that as they live, their lives will be continuously enriched and augmented. There will come a time when it will be considered a curse for a man to die leaving behind vast accumulations. Many people live in a palace today, but in reality, they are poorer than many others who do not even have a roof over their heads. A man may own and live in a palace, but that palace may be a poor home for him. Moth and rust are nature's wise provisions to disintegrate and disperse, thus preparing what is accumulated and therefore useless for use in new forms, whose effects are to diminish and dull the powers of true pleasure. Thus, all superior things of the possessor. Multitudes of people continually detach themselves from these higher and better things because they always cling to the old. If they used and passed the old, it would make way for the new things coming in. Accumulating always brings losses in one way or another. Wise use brings continually renewed gain. If the tree clung so ignorantly and tenaciously to the leaves of this year when they have already fulfilled their purpose, where would the new, full, and magnificent life that will emerge in the spring be? The result would be gradual degradation, and eventually death if the tree is already dead. So perhaps it is sufficient to cling to the old, for the new things will not come. But as long as life in the tree is active, it is necessary to rid oneself of old things to make way for the new. Opulence is the law of the universe, an abundant supply for every need, provided that nothing stands in its way. The natural and normal life for us is this: to have such fullness of life and power, living continuously in the realization of our unity with the infinite life and power, so that we are in constant possession of an abundant supply of all necessary things, not by accumulating, but by wise use, and by discarding things as they come. A continually renewed supply will be ours, a supply much better suited to the present needs of the moment. In this way, not only do we come into possession of the richest treasures of infinite good, but we also become open channels through which these treasures can flow to others. How have men become prophets, seers, sages, and saviors until now? I have tried to speak justly in presenting these vital truths, and I have spoken of everything based on our own reason and insight. My aim has been not to base anything on the teachings of others, even if they are the teachings of the inspired. Let us now see these same great truths in the light of the thoughts and teachings presented by some of the world's great thinkers and inspired masters. The sum and substance of the thought presented in these pages is, as you will recall, this central fact in human life concerning the conscious and vital realization of our unity with infinite life, as well as our full opening to be influenced by the divine influx. "I and the Father are one," said the Master. Here we see how he reacted to his unity with the life of the Father. Again he said, "The words that I speak to you, I do not speak of myself, but the Father who dwells in me does the works." Here we see how clearly he recognized that he could do nothing by himself. It was only when he worked in collaboration with the Father that the works were accomplished. "My Father works and I work," he said in other words. "My Father sends the power, I open to him and work in collaboration with his power." On another occasion he said, "Seek first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things will be added to you." And he did not leave us in the dark about what he meant exactly by this, for he added, "Do not say here or there, you do not know that the kingdom of heaven is within you." According to his teaching, the kingdom of God and the kingdom of heaven were one and the same. Yes, his teaching is that the kingdom of heaven is within us. Do we not see clearly that, to put it in other terms, his command is nothing less than achieving a conscious realization of our unity with the life of the Father? By realizing this unity, we will find the kingdom, and when we find it, everything else will come as well. The parable of the prodigal son is another beautiful illustration of this same great teaching of the Master. After the prodigal son had squandered everything, after wandering through all the realms of physical senses in search of happiness and pleasure, and after finding that it did not satisfy him, but only led him to the level of animal creation, he came to himself and said, "I will arise and go to my Father." In other words, after all these wanderings, his soul spoke to him and said, "You are not merely an animal. You are the son of your Father. Arise and go to your Father, who has all things in his hands." Again the Master said, "Call no one on earth your Father, for one is your Father who is in heaven." Here he recognizes that true life comes directly from the life of God. Our fathers and mothers are the agents who give us our bodies, the houses we live in, but true life comes from the infinite source of life, God, who is our Father. One day, the Master was told that his mother and brothers wanted to speak to him. "Who is my mother, and who are my brothers?" he said. "Whoever does the will of my Father who is in heaven, he is my brother, sister, and mother." Many people are very enslaved by what we call the bonds of kinship. However, it is good to remember that our true parents are not necessarily those connected to us by blood ties. Our true parents are those who are closest to us in spirit, soul, and mind. Our closest parents may be those living on the other side of the globe, people we may have never met, but to whom we will nonetheless be drawn, whether in this life or another, through this law of attraction that always works and never fails. When the Master gave me the command not to call anyone Father on earth, for there is only one Father who is in heaven, he provided the basis for this grand concept of the paternity of God. And if God is also the Father of all, then we have here the basis for the brotherhood of humanity. But there is a somewhat higher concept, namely the unity of man and God, and thus the unity of the entire human race. As we become aware of this fact, we see clearly that, to the extent that we achieve the realization of our unity with infinite life, every step we take toward God helps to elevate all humanity toward this realization. Thus, we in turn enable others to take a step toward God. The Master emphasized again our true relationships with infinite life when he said, "Unless you become as little children, you will not enter the kingdom of heaven." When he said, "Man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceeds from the mouth of God," he expressed a truth of far greater importance than what we have yet begun to understand here. He taught that even physical life cannot be sustained merely by material food, but that the connection with this infinite source largely determines the condition of the bodily structure and activities. "Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God." In other words, blessed are those who, throughout the universe, recognize only God. "For it is through them that God will be seen," said the great Hindu sage Manu. "He who perceives the Supreme Soul in all beings and acquires equanimity towards them all attains the highest bliss." It was Athanasius who said, "Even we can become gods by walking in the flesh," the same great truth that runs through the life and teachings of Gautama, who became Buddha. "People are enslaved," he said, "because they have not yet eliminated the idea of the self." To end all sense of separation is to recognize the unity of the self with the infinite. This is the spirit that runs through all his teachings. In the lives of all medieval mystics, we find this same great truth, union with God. As we approach our time, we find the highly enlightened seer Emanuel Swedenborg emphasizing the great laws in relation to what he called the divine influx, and how we can more fully open ourselves to its operations. The central fact in the worship of friends is the inner light. God is the soul of man speaking directly to the extent that the soul opens to him. The inspired seer who lived with us in Concord recognized this same great truth when he said, "We are all entries into the great ocean of life," and it was by opening himself so fully to this influence that he became inspired. Throughout the history of the world, we find that those who have found the kingdom of true wisdom and power have also lived in the realm of true peace and joy, in harmony with this higher power. David was strong and powerful, and his soul burst forth in praise and adoration to the extent that he heard the voice of God and lived according to its higher impulses. When he did not, we hear his soul crying out in anguish and lamentation. The same applies to any nation or people. When the Israelites recognized God and followed his guidance, they were prosperous, satisfied, and powerful, and nothing could prevail against them. When they relied solely on their own strength and did not recognize God as the source of their strength, they were found defeated, enslaved, or in despair. An immutable great law underlies the truth. Blessed are those who hear the word of God and put it into practice. Then everything follows. We are wise to the extent that we live according to the higher light. All the prophets, seers, sages, and saviors in the history of the world became what they became and exercised the powers they had through a completely natural process. All recognized and achieved the conscious realization of their unity with infinite life. God makes no distinctions between people. He does not create prophets, seers, sages, or saviors as such. He creates men, but here and there, one of them recognizes his true identity, acknowledges the unity of his life with the source from which it proceeds, lives in the realization of this unity, and, in return, becomes a prophet, seer, sage, or savior. God also makes no distinctions between races or nations. He has no chosen people, but here and there a race or nation becomes an awakening of God, and, consequently, lives the life of a chosen people. There has been no era or place of miracles that stands out from any other era or place. What we call miracles have abounded everywhere, and in all times where the conditions were met. They occur today just as much as they always have when the laws governing them are respected. We are told that powerful men were men of power who walked with God. In the words "walking with God" lies the secret of the words cause and effect. The Lord never makes any man prosper. It is man who prospers because he recognizes the Lord and lives according to the higher laws. Solomon had the opportunity to choose what he desired. His best judgment prevailed, and he chose wisdom. But in choosing wisdom, he discovered that it included everything else. We are told that God hardened Pharaoh's heart. I do not believe it. God never hardens anyone's heart. Pharaoh hardened his own heart. God was blamed for it, but when Pharaoh hardened his heart and disobeyed the voice of God, the plagues came. Again, cause and effect. If, on the contrary, he had listened, or in other words, if he had opened himself to the voice of God and obeyed it, the plagues would not have come. We can be our best friends or our worst enemies. To the extent that we make friends with what is higher and better within us, we become friends with all, and to the extent that we become enemies of what is higher and better within us, we become enemies of all. To the extent that we open ourselves to higher powers and allow them to manifest through us, then, through the same inspirations we carry within us, we become, in a certain sense, saviors of our fellow beings. Thus, we all are or can become saviors of one another. In this way, you can indeed become one of the redeemers of the world. The fundamental principle of all religions, the universal religion, the great truth we consider, is the fundamental principle present in all religions. We find it in all of them. All agree on it. It is also a great truth to which all people can adhere, whether they belong to the same or to different religions. People always argue over trivialities. An example is their opinions on insignificant points. They always come together in the presence of great fundamental truths, which transcend all. Quarrels are related to the lower self. Agreements are related to the higher self. A place may have its affections disputing and struggling among themselves, but if a great calamity occurs on earth, a flood, a famine, a plague, these small personal differences are completely forgotten, and everyone works side by side for a single great cause. The changing self, the evolving self, gives rise to disputes. The permanent self, the self of the soul, unites all individuals in the greatest efforts of love and service. Patriotism is a beautiful thing. It is good to love one's country, but why should I love my own country more than all others? If I love mine and hate others, then I show my limitations, and my patriotism will not withstand the test, even for my own country. If I love my own country and in the same way love all others, then I show the breadth of my nature, and a patriotism of this type is noble and always reliable. The vision of God with which we agree is that God is the infinite spirit of life and power behind everything, working in and through everything, and is the life of everything. This is a perspective to which all men and all religions can subscribe. With this viewpoint, there can be neither infidels nor atheists. There are atheists and infidels in relation to many views of God. And thank God, there are even among devoted and serious people those who attribute to God things that no respectable person would allow to be attributed to him. This perspective satisfies those who cannot see how God could be angry with his children, jealous, or vengeful. A display of these qualities always diminishes our unity among men, and yet we attribute them to God. The serious and sincere heretic is one of the greatest friends of true religion. Heretics are among the greatest servants of God and humanity. Christ was one of the greatest heretics the world has known. He permitted himself not to be bound by any established or orthodox teaching or belief. Christ is a preeminent example of universality. John the Baptist is an example of personal character. John dressed in a particular manner, ate a special kind of food, belonged to a particular order, lived and taught in a particular place, and he himself recognized that he must decrease while Christ must increase. Christ, on the other hand, imposed no limitations on himself, was not bound by anything. He was absolutely universal and therefore did not teach for his particular time but for all times. This great truth that we have accepted as the central fact of human life is the golden thread that runs through all religions. When we make it the primordial fact of our lives, we will find that minor differences, narrow prejudices, and all these laughable absurdities fade away, so that a Jew can worship just as well in a Catholic cathedral, a Catholic in a Jewish synagogue, a Buddhist in a Christian church, a Christian in a Buddhist temple, or all can worship just as well around their own hearths or on the mountaintop, or while pursuing the avatars of daily life. For true worship, only God and the human soul are necessary. It does not depend on times, seasons, or occasions. Everywhere and at all times, God and man can meet on the mountain. This is the great fundamental principle of universal religion on which everyone can agree. It is the personal, non-essential things that gradually fall away over time. One who does not accept this truth, a Christian, for example, might ask, "But was not Christ inspired?" Yes, but he was not the only one inspired. A Buddhist might ask, "Was not Buddha inspired?" Yes, but he was not the only one inspired. A Christian might ask, "But is not our Christian Bible inspired?" Yes, but there are other inspired scriptures. A Brahmin, a Buddhist, might ask, Are not the Vedas inspired? Yes, but there are other inspired sacred books. Their error does not lie in believing that their particular scriptures are inspired, but in their inability to see that other scriptures are also inspired. Sacred books, inspired writings all come from the same source, God speaking through the souls of those who open themselves so that he may speak. Some may be more inspired than others. It entirely depends on the relative degree to which each one opens to the divine voice. One of the inspired writers of the Hebrew Scriptures says, "Wisdom is the breath of the power of God, and at all times it enters into holy souls, making them friends of God and prophets." Let us not find ourselves among the very few, so restricted and intolerant, who think that the infinite God has revealed himself to a small handful of his children in a small part of the globe and at a particular period of time. This is not the model according to which God works. The truth is that I perceive God as making no distinction between people, but that in every nation those who revere God and practice righteousness are accepted by him, says the Christian Bible. When we fully realize this truth, we will see that there is not much difference in the particular form of religion one adheres to. But there is a huge difference in faithfulness to its vital principles. To the extent that we love the self less and love the truth more, we will be less concerned with converting people to our particular way of thinking, but will be much more concerned with helping them achieve the full realization of the truth through the channels that suit them best. The doctrine of our master, says the Chinese, was solely concerned with the heart. We will discover upon investigation that this is the doctrine of all who deserve the name of master. The great fundamental principles of all religions are the same. They only differ in their minor details according to the different levels of development of individuals. Sometimes one might ask, which religion do you belong to? What religion? Well, there is only one religion, that of the living God. There are, of course, multiple beliefs within the same religion, arising from various interpretations by different people, but all are of lesser importance. The more the soul develops, the less these minor differences matter. There are also, of course, the so-called religions, but there is only one religion. When we lose sight of this great fact, we deviate from the true and vital spirit of true religion and allow ourselves to be limited and confined by form. To the extent that we do this, we build barriers around ourselves that distance others and also prevent our own entry into the realization of universal truth. There is nothing that deserves the name of truth if it is not universal. There is only one religion. Whatever path is taken, it leads to you, says the inspired writer of the Persian scriptures. The shadow is wide that God has cast, and the colors are beautiful that the pure man respects all forms of faith, says the Buddhist. My doctrine makes no distinction between high and low, rich and poor, just as the sky has space for all, and as water washes everyone in the same way. The one whose spirit is broad sees the truth in different religions, while the one whose spirit is narrow only sees the differences. The Chinese said, the Hindu said, those of narrow mind ask, is this person a stranger or one of our tribe? But for those in whom love resides, the whole world is just one family. The flowers on the altar are of many species, but all worship is one. Heaven is a palace with many doors, and each can enter in their own way. Are we not all children of one Father God? From the same blood all nations were made to dwell on the face of the earth, said a seer of later times. What is beneficial for the soul of man, the Father revealed to the ancients. What is beneficial for the soul of man today, he still reveals. It is he who said, I dreamed that stone by stone, I was building a sacred temple, a temple that was neither a pagoda, nor a mosque, nor a church, but higher, simpler, always open to every breath of heaven, and that truth, peace, love, and justice came to dwell there. Religion, in its true sense, is the most joyous thing the human soul can know, and when true religion is realized, we will find that it will be an agent of peace, joy, and happiness, never an agent of sadness, melancholy, and closed faces. Then, it will be attractive to all, and not repulsive to any. May our churches understand these great truths and devote their time and attention to leading people to the knowledge of their true selves, to the knowledge of their relationships, their unity with the infinite God. Then, such joy will be the result, and such crowds will flock to them that their own walls will almost burst, and such songs of joy will be continually spread. This will make all people fall in love with the religion that makes daily life meaningful, and thus with the religion that is true and vital, appropriate to daily life here and now. This is the proof of any true religion. If it does not pass this test, then it is simply not a religion. We need a daily religion, a religion of this world which always invests time in relationship. Otherwise, it would be a waste. The eternal life we live now will be well loved, and we will take care of every little moment of time as it presents itself day after day. If we fail to do this, we fail in everything. As we now enter into the realization of the greatest riches, I hear the question, what can be said concretely about the method to achieve this realization? The underlying facts are indeed very beautiful and true, but how can we actualize within ourselves the realization that leads to such wonderful results? The method is not difficult if we do it ourselves. The key word to use is open. It is enough to open the mind and heart to the divine influx that is simply waiting for the door to be opened so it can enter. It is like opening the door of the reservoir that leads water from the upper reservoir to the field below. Water, by its own nature, will rush and irrigate the field if the door is open. Regarding the realization of our unity with this infinite life and power, after seeing, as I believe we have clearly seen at this point, the relationships it has with us and we with it, the main thing to say is simply, realize your unity with it. The first thing to do is to open the mind and heart to adopt a receptive attitude. Then, sincere and fervent desire can be a help at the beginning. Take yourself for a few moments each day into calm silence, where you will not be disturbed by physical distractions. There, in the calm, alone with God, put yourself in a receptive attitude. Desire calmly, silently, and with expectation for this realization to arise and take possession of your soul. As it arises and takes possession of the soul, it will manifest in your mind. From there, you will feel its manifestations in every part of your body. Then, to the extent that you open yourself to it, you will experience a quiet, peaceful, and enlightening power that will harmonize the body, soul, and spirit, and then harmonize with the entire world. Now you are at the top of the mountain and the voice of God speaks to you. So, while remaining, carry this realization with you. Live it while staying awake, working, thinking, walking, and sleeping in this way. Although you will not be continuously at the top of the mountain, you will continuously live in the realization of all the beauty, inspiration, and power you experienced up there. Moreover, there will come a time when in the noisy street you will be able to enter into silence simply by drawing the cloak of your own thoughts around you and realizing that there and everywhere the spirit of life, love, wisdom, peace, power, and infinite abundance guides, protects, and leads you. This is the spirit of continuous prayer. It is praying without ceasing, knowing and walking with God, finding Christ within you, experiencing the new birth, the second birth, first natural, then spiritual. This is how the old man Adam is stripped away, and the new man Christ is clothed. It is being saved for eternal life, regardless of the form of belief or faith one may have, for eternal life is knowing God. The sweet future will be a song of the past. We will create a new song, the eternal beauty. This is the realization that you and I can achieve on this very day, at this very hour, in this very minute, if we desire it, and if we now simply set our face in the right direction. It is only a matter of time before we reach the full brilliance of this complete realization. Setting the face toward the mountain and then proceeding, whether quickly or slowly, will lead us there. But unless one sets their face in the right direction and takes the first step, one will not reach it. Goethe said, "Go seriously. Make the most of every minute. Do what you can, or dream that you can do it." As Siddhartha said, "I have awakened to the truth and am determined to accomplish my goal. Truly, I will become a Buddha." This is what led to the life of the enlightened one, and consequently to the realization of nirvana here in this life. This same realization and life are within the reach of everyone here and now. Such was his teaching. This made him the bearer of light to millions of people. The young Jesus said, "Don't you know that I must be about my Father's business?" By making this the sole great purpose of his life, he achieved the full and complete realization that the Father and I are one. Thus he achieved the full realization of the kingdom of heaven here in this life. His teaching was that all could achieve this same realization and life here and now. This made him the bearer of light to millions of people. Regarding practical matters, we can traverse the vastness of the universe and find that there are no more practical mandates than to first seek the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all other things will be given to you. In light of what has been said before, I believe that no one who is open to truth and honest with themselves will fail to recognize the underlying reason and see the great laws on which it is based. Personally, I know lives that have entered so fully into the kingdom through the realization of their unity with infinite life and through opening themselves so fully to its divine guidance that they are concrete and wonderful examples of this great and all-important truth. These are people whose lives are guided in this manner, not only generally, but literally in every detail. They simply live in the realization of their unity with this infinite power, continually in harmony with it, and thus also in the realization of the kingdom of heaven. The abundance of all things belongs to them. They never, ever lack anything. The supply always seems equal to the demand. They never seem lost as to what they should do or how to do it. Their lives are lives without worries, lives freed from concerns, for they are continually aware that higher powers guide them, and they are freed from responsibility. Entering into the details regarding some of these lives, and particularly 2 or 3 that come to mind at the moment, would reveal facts that, without a doubt, might seem almost incredible, if not miraculous. But let us remember that what is possible for one life is possible for all. It is indeed the natural and normal life, the everyday life of all who enter and live in this higher realization, and thus in harmony with the higher laws. It is simply a matter of entering into the current of this divine sequence that flows through the universe, and once in it, life ceases to be a burden, and moves day after day like the tides, like the planets moving in their orbits, like the seasons coming and going. All the frictions, uncertainties, ills, sufferings, fears, forebodings, and perplexities of life come to us because we are not in harmony with the divine order of things. They will continue to come as long as we live this way. To struggle against the current is difficult and uncertain, to go against the flow. Thus, enjoying the operation of a great natural force is safe and easy. Entering into the conscious and vital realization of our unity with the infinite life and power is entering into the current of this divine sequence. By coming into harmony with the infinite, we put ourselves in harmony with everything around us, in harmony with the life of the heavens, in harmony with the entire universe, and most importantly, we harmonize with ourselves so that body, soul, and spirit are perfectly aligned. When this is the case, life becomes full and complete. Then sensory life no longer dominates or enslaves us. The physical is subordinated and regulated by the mental, which in turn is subordinated and continuously nourished by the spiritual. Life is no longer this poor and one-sided thing that it is in so many cases, but one enters into the triple, complete life with all its beauties, joys, and ever-increasing powers. This is how we realize that the middle path is the great solution of life. Neither asceticism on one hand, nor science and perverse obsession on the other. Everything is to be used, but everything must be used wisely to be fully appreciated. As we live in these higher realizations, the senses are not ignored but rather increasingly refined, as the body becomes less coarse and heavy, more delicate in its texture and form. All the senses become more refined, allowing the gradual development of powers that we do not yet perceive as our own. Thus we naturally and normally access the superconscious realms, allowing higher laws and truths to be revealed to us. In entering these realms, we do not indulge in speculation about the visions and powers of this or that person, but we can know them for ourselves, nor do we attempt to guide people by hearsay. Rather, we speak with authority because we know what we are talking about. There are many things we cannot know until, by living life, we are in a state where it is possible for them to be revealed to us. If someone wishes to do their will, they will know the doctrine. Plotinus said, "The mind that desires to contemplate God must become God." By allowing these higher laws and truths to be revealed to us, we become in turn enlightened beings, channels through which they can be revealed to others. When one is fully awake to the possibilities offered by this higher awakening, moving here and there, mingling with others, one transmits an inspiration that awakens in them a sense of power. Each of us continually emits influences similar to those produced in our own lives. We do so in the same way that each flower emits its own particular fragrance. The rose exudes its scent into the air, and all who come near are refreshed by this emanation of the rose's soul. A poisonous plant emits its unpleasant odor. It is neither refreshing nor inspiring in its effects, and if one stays near it too long, one may be so affected as to become ill. The higher the life, the more inspiring and useful the emanations it continuously sends out. The lower the life, the more harmful the influence it continually sends to all who come into contact with it. Each person continually radiates an atmosphere of one type or another. Sailors navigating the Indian seas tell us that often they can tell they are approaching certain islands long before they can see them, due to the sweet scent of sandalwood spreading through the depths. Don't you see how valuable it would be to have a soul touching through such a body, so that moving here and there, a subtle and silent force emanates from you, influencing all who meet you so that they carry with them inspiration and continually spread a blessing wherever they go, so that friends and the entire community say, "His coming brings peace and joy to our homes. Let us welcome his arrival." Thus, as you pass through the street, weary and exhausted men, even those wounded by sin, feel a certain divine touch that awakens in them new desires and new life, so much so that even the horse, upon seeing him pass, turns its head with a strange, half-human, half-desiring look. Such are the subtle powers of the human soul when it becomes translucent to what is divine. Knowing that this life is possible in our experience here and now is enough to make our hearts burst into songs of joy. When one enters into life itself, the feeling, even for a song, will be, "Oh, I am in the great paradise. All things are divine to me, like heavenly manna. I drink the heavenly wine in the brilliance of the radiant rainbow. I behold the love of the Father while admiring his radiant blend of blue and gold in all the shining birds that sing, in all the beautiful flowers that bloom, whose welcome aromas bring their blessings of sweet fragrance in the glorious morning glow and the magnificent night's splendor. Oh, my soul is lost in ecstasy. My senses are lost in sight." When one reaches and continually lives in the full and conscious realization of unity with the infinite life and power, then everything else follows. This is what draws one to the realization of such splendors, beauties, and joys, as only a life so connected to infinite power can know. It represents achieving the realization of the richest treasures of heaven while walking on earth. It is bringing heaven to earth, or rather lifting the earth to heaven. It represents replacing weakness and sadness with strength, sorrow and sighs with joy, fears and forebodings with faith, desires with realizations. It is attaining the fullness of peace, power, and abundance. It is being in harmony with the infinite.